All right, welcome back to Tampa City Council. Let's get a roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin. Henderson. Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Okay, let's start with item number 7.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, members of City Council. My name is Dana Crosby Collier, and I'm with the City Attorney's Office. Item 7 is a first reading of an ordinance correcting a scrivener's error in the East Tampa Overlay Design Guidelines that were approved July 13th, 2013. In accordance with the presentation by the petitioner on June 1st, the correction will result in a 20% transparency for the front of principal and accessory buildings and change from 20 to 10 the transparency on the other elevations of the structure. The petitioner has been consulted and advised of this and agrees with this change. Happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions at this time?
Do we have to close? Do we have to?
We don't have to have a motion to close, it's just a...
No, this is not a public hearing. It'll come
Okay.
back for, the second reading will be the public hearing.
Okay, Councilmember Hurtak, would you mind reading item number 7?
Not at all. File number E, 2023-8, Chapter 27, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending ordinance number 2023-88, passed and ordained by the City Council of the City of Tampa on July 13th, 2023, by correcting a scrivener's error in the body of the ordinance and in the text amending section 27-240, subsection E, subsection 1, F.3, East Tampa Overlay District Design Standards, providing for a repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Motion from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Second reading and adoption will be held on March 28, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Old City Hall, Tampa, Florida 33602.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, we'll go to consent agenda next. Councilmember Vieira, you're the chair, but we're going to take items 13 and 14 for separate votes.
Could I just make a statement on 13 and 14? Then we can vote on all of them at once. My objection, I don't want to go into all the detail of it, but unless you all want to, but my objection is that by charter, the mayor's office should get approval from city council before taking action, and I just object to approving an action of the mayor after the fact.
Okay.
So I'm going to vote yes because of the content of it, but I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Okay, so you're, okay. All right, Councilmember Vieira, would you mind moving all the items?
Yes, sir. Move through 17. What is it?
8 through 7, sorry.
Yes, sir. 8 through 17.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, Councilmember Henderson, would you move items 18 through
Yes.
27?
Yes, Chair, I move for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Committee, items 18 through 28.
Wait, 18 to 27.
27?
Councilmember Carlson
He pulled 20, he pulled 20,
Vote 29?
he pulled 29.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
went
and
so
it's
quick.
under Public Works, actually.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Items number 29, 31, and 33 will be separate. Councilmember Hurtak, would you move the other
Yes, I
items?
will move. I move items 30, 32, 34 through 47 and 49.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
And then as a separate vote, it's going to be 29, 31, and 33.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion to move just?
Can I just a comment
What
on,
about 48? There was something about 48.
48 is starred.
Oh, that's for discussion, okay.
yeah, on 31 and 32, I'm going to start voting no on all single source proposals. So the public wants us to have multiple bids, and that's coming up as an agenda item. The purchasing department so far has pushed back on having multiple bids. They don't think they should be required to do it. I'm going to vote against everyone that says single source. Sole source may be different depending on whether it really is a unique product, but on single source, I'm going to vote against every one of them because I believe the public deserves to have multiple bids so we make sure we get the right price.
Excuse me,
Yes,
isn't the single source though, so that they could get minority participation? Is that why they do that? Where they narrow it down to people already with it? Is that the one?
I don't think so in these.
Okay.
All right, so can we get a motion for 29, 31, and 32?
29 is the 6.5 million, so I believe that Mr. Baird had wanted that to be,
You want to take that up at staff report?
yeah, I think we have to. That was
Okay.
our rule, and so we moved that to the, is it okay if we talk about that when we approve the others? Okay,
All right, so it's item 31 and 33.
so moved.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried, Carlson voting no.
All right, so 29 we're going to take at the end because of the dollar amount. All right, and then 48 is going to be under staff reports. Then we have items 50 through 57. Councilmember Miranda. We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. All right, next is 58 through 70. Councilmember Carlson, that's you, sir. And there's a substitute for 68.
Move 58 through 70 with the substitute on 68.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson with a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, 71 through 75.
I move items 71 through 75.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin with a second from?
Second.
Second from Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Let's get a motion to open all the public hearings.
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Item number 76. Item number 76 is for first reading consideration. Yes, sir, Mr. Fernandez.
Good afternoon, council members. Dennis Fernandez, Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Here on item number 76, we're very happy to bring you the proposed landmark designation of the Marjorie Park Marina Gatehouse, located at 115 Columbia Drive, one of the original buildings from the D.P. Davis development of Davis Island in the 1920s, and a structure that's architecturally significant, designed by Franklin O. Adams, who designed many of the Bay Shore or the South Tampa properties in the Mediterranean Revival style, in addition to Clanton High School and the various buildings in the Beach Park neighborhood.
Who was the architect?
Franklin O. Adams.
Franklin O. Adams. Okay. I'm going to research him because I like to learn. Yes, sir.
And with that, my colleague Elaine Lund will present a PowerPoint. I did want to take a moment just to thank the Tampa Police Department Marine Unit and TPD as a whole for supporting this designation. They occupy the building and have been a wonderful steward of it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation. As Dennis mentioned, we have a PowerPoint presentation for you. Is that prepared?
Yes, ma'am. We have it here. There it
Wonderful.
is.
The Marjorie Park Marina Gatehouse is a city-owned property that is currently in use by the Tampa Police Department Marine Unit. The application for local historic landmark designation was initiated by TPD and was authorized by the mayor of the city of Tampa. Properties are considered by the Historic Preservation Commission at a public hearing to determine whether they meet the criteria for local historic designation found in section 27-257 of the city's Code of Ordinances. Local historic designation preserves historic landmarks and districts, provides for review of alterations to the designated properties, safeguards the heritage of the city, and provides economic benefits. The Marjorie Park Marina Gatehouse was constructed in late 1927, and the image on the left is a 1931 Sanborn Company map showing the small wood-frame stucco-clad structure adjacent to Marjorie Park's yacht basin on Davis Island. The image on the right is the modern-day aerial photograph of the same area. Davis Islands, conceived by David Paul Davis, was developed during the Florida's 1920 land boom era. Davis had worked in real estate in Miami, where the Mediterranean Revival style had become a hallmark for its upscale developments. The Gatehouse is part of Marjorie Park, built as a 55-acre recreational area on the northeast side of the island, which Davis agreed to donate to the city when the city backed his development plans. The opportunity for recreation was a strong marketing point for Davis Island's properties. Tampa's Municipal Hospital and the Davis Islands Tennis Club were also originally part of Marjorie Park. In Florida, the opulent Mediterranean revival-style developments included lavish gateways, administrative offices, hotels and apartments, public amenities, as well as the individual residential units. The style is an eclectic style of architecture that is based in Spanish colonial and mission architecture, with some detailing frequently borrowed from the Beaux-Arts style. Davis referred to his style of choice for his island community as Venetian. This exclusive development was planned so that no residential lot would be more than 500 yards from the water. Designed by Franklin O. Adams and built by the Island Construction Company, the gatehouse reflects the completeness of D.P. Davis's plan, which included every facility for resort living from yacht basin to golf course. Adams, a prominent Tampa architect, personally designed 29 of the more than 100 buildings that were constructed on Davis Islands between 1925 and 1935, including the above-ground municipal swimming pool, which is now known as the Roy Jenkins Pool, as well as several residences. While modest in size, the gatehouse exhibits the Mediterranean revival style in its details, including its stucco finish, barrel clay tile roofing, casement windows, and its elaborate wrought iron grills. The Historic Preservation Commission reviewed the application on July 11th, 2023, and recommended approval. And the Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found it consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. The Marjorie Park Marina Gatehouse meets the requirements of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Section 27257A for landmark designation. The building was constructed and achieved significance during the period of historic significance, which is generally at least 50 years ago, as delineated in the National Register of Historic Places guidelines. The historic resource is significant in the areas of recreation, community planning and development, and architecture. Additionally, owner support is an item that must be considered for designation. So I would like to thank the mayor as well as the City of Tampa's Police Department for initiating this process. Staff recommendation is that Tampa City Council approve the designation of the Marjorie Park Marina Gatehouse as a local historic landmark based on its meeting the criteria in the Code of Ordinances. And with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
So let me ask you a question regarding this architect, Franklin O. Adams. I read here that he designed the third Tampa City Hall. Is that an error? Because I know this was in 1915, but it was Bonfoy and Elliott.
That maybe, is that in the staff report?
No, I just pulled it up myself. Just curious, like, where is the third Tampa City Hall? But I know that there was the original. As far as I know, this is the second one that we're standing in now. Okay. All right, who knows? I'll figure it out. Thank you very much. Any questions from council members? No? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 76? No, we have nobody registered. May I have a motion to close? Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to read 76?
I move file number HPC 2302C, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, designating Marjorie Park Marina Guesthouse located at 115 Columbia Drive, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3 hereof, as a local historic landmark, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carried with Vieira being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 28, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, City Council Chambers, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to our second readings. Item 77 is not quasi-judicial. Neither is, well, the next three are not quasi-judicial. All right, item number 77 is the second reading regarding a scrivener's error. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. Item number 77, excuse me, is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 2023-161 in order to correct a scrivener's error and substitute a new Exhibit A that would contain the correct and accurate text language for the comp plan amendment.
All right,
Happy
any
to answer
questions or comments? Yes, wait, Councilmember Clendenin. I'm sorry, Councilmember Carlson.
Carlson, yeah, for 77 and 78, I was absent of the vote. I watched the video and read the file. Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? We have nobody registered. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendon. Do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Miranda.
Item number 77, file number TA/CPA 23/15. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance amending ordinance number 2023-161, passed and ordained by City Council of the City of Tampa on November 16, 2023, correcting a scrivener's error by substituting a corrected Exhibit A for the previously approved Exhibit A that was provided in error, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion, Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Clendon. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Next is another scrivener's error correction. Yes, ma'am, 78.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. Item number 78 is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 2024-5 to correct a scrivener's error and correct the folio numbers that were provided in the comprehensive plan amendment to accurately reflect the parcels which were subject to that amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Nope. Anybody in the public wishes to speak on item number 78? There's no one and no one registered. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendon, second Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlson, would you mind reading 78?
I'd like to move file number TA-CPA 23-16, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance amending ordinance number 2024-5, passed and ordained by the City Council of the City of Tampa on January 11th, 2024, correcting a scrivener's error in the body of the ordinance by updating the incorrect folio numbers that were provided in error and substituting the correct folio numbers, providing for severability, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
All right, item number 79. This is the second reading as well. Yes, sir. Mr. Fernandez.
Good afternoon once again. Council members, Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager, here for the second reading of the Memorial Park Cemetery local landmark designation. I know that Elaine gave you a very thorough presentation about on first reading, but I did want to come and just once again thank the Friends of Belmont Height Memorial Park Cemetery for our collaborative effort in bringing this forward to you, particularly Noreen Copeland-Miller, who was just instrumental in organizing and keeping the momentum going behind this initiative. We're very thankful for her. And of course, it's always great to work with a engaged neighborhood group and group that's really concerned about the history and the future of their area.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am. And please state your
Eileen
name.
Henderson.
Yes.
Good afternoon, council.
Hello.
It said good morning initially, but it's afternoon.
Wow.
I got it.
Those were the old days.
Today we make history. First, I want to acknowledge Noreen Copeland-Miller. She could not be here today, but trust she is here in spirit. Next, thank you to the Historic Preservation Commission. Both Elaine Lunn and Dennis Fernandez have been stellar with their service, and we appreciate them and all of their efforts. What a ride it has been. And while today is a happy day, I'm compelled to remind you and everyone how we got here. Nobody cared about this cemetery. Nobody. And because of that, when the cemetery owner died, liens were placed against it. It went to foreclosure, and it was sold at auction to the highest bidder. An experience the Black community has known for years, hundreds of years. It was then the campaign started to save Memorial Park Cemetery. And after countless visits to City Council, interviews with the media, even a peaceful protest at the cemetery, and most importantly, community engagement from many, but mostly from the historic Belmont Heights neighborhood. The city of Tampa did the right thing. They purchased the cemetery, adding it to their historic collection, and it is now the only designated Black cemetery in that collection, with the only Black Veterans Monument, the Florida Negro World War Memorial. So yes, today we rejoice, and I know council will once again do the right thing and unanimously vote yes to item number 79. I leave you with a nod to Women's History Month, with a quote from Maya Angelou. History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Wait, there's nobody registered. Let me just say thank you to Ms. Henderson and Ms. Copeland Miller and your entire team, because without you and your work and Mr. Fernandez and his staff, we wouldn't be here today. There's a lot of controversy behind this. You talked about the history and how we got here, and you're absolutely correct. But again, if it wasn't for you, the community, and the great staff that we have, and the tenacity and the hard work and the hours of volunteering and everything that you've done, we just want to say thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Eileen Henderson, Noreen Copeland Miller, and all those who are involved in this process, Dennis Fernandez, your office, I appreciate you. This is, for me, when I constantly reread Resolution 568, apologizing when you don't get something right, the city moving forward, making the correction, buying the property after it was sold to an investor, doing things like that is a part of that type of resolution, when this body here can make a decision to make things right when we clearly see that there was something in error. So I am just so happy that we are here, getting ready to read this and adopt this first reading. It is just the right thing to do.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I want to echo the feeling of saying thank you to the community. This was an unfortunate situation, the way it played out a few years ago. This has been a multi-year effort in the community trying to protect this cemetery and all the other pieces that went with it. This is an example. City Council is on the front line every week with the public, every day actually, and at nights and weekends, but especially every week here. And the public told us loud and clear the last few years that they wanted us to protect this. And so City Council took the lead and made a lot of changes, pushed this city and the administration to do the right thing. Luckily, the administration came along and agreed with us, and we got it done. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes. I want to echo what everyone else has said, giving tribute to Noreen Copeland Miller for her great contribution to keeping this in the forefront of city leaders. The city staff has just done a tremendous job on this. Everybody from the director all the way down. I really am very impressed, and I think those of you that are not familiar with the work that city staff does on this issue, and they've done on all of our issues, but there's some hardworking people. Their hearts are all in the right place, and they work very hard to work for the citizens of Tampa. You know, this is an important, significant event for East Tampa and the community, and when we can honor the folks that have lived and died in the city of Tampa, it's something we should always do, and it's never too late to do the right thing, and this is the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
You want me to read?
No.
Oh.
Councilmember Henderson wanted to read it.
Oh,
But
okay, no problem. I just wanted to say, this is absolutely a testament to the community making change.
Yep.
And it works when the community wants something and they work really hard at it, they come and let us know, it happens. So I just want to congratulate the community for this monumental win, and I look forward to the next steps in making this an even better space. And we're already moving on those things, the fence, updating the memorial marker. So thank you for bringing this cemetery not just into the fold of our historic places, but to really making it shine again and making it really the jewel that it should always have been.
Yes, well, Councilman Miranda, would you like to add anything?
No, I want to thank everyone. I'm not going to take the 5 minutes because that's what we're trying to cut back so we can go home early. The audience can go home and feed their family and have a nice time with their loved ones. But thank you all of you who've been involved for much longer than we have, really. And you did the groundwork. We just did the signing of the papers. And all of you did the work again. And I just want to say thank you. And this taught us a lesson. When you look at 79 and you look down at 81, what do they have in common? The city had to buy both properties in some case. So we have to get vigilant. We got to understand if there's any other cemeteries, if they have that fund. If they don't have the fund, we got to bring it out now, not 100 years from now. And I hope that the administration is listening and they start checking on all the cemeteries that may be out there that should have a fund. Maybe there's no money there anymore, and you and I are going to have to what? Settle the debt. And that's not the way it was written in law, and we should go after the ones that did that. Thank you all very much for doing what you've done.
Thank you very much. Before we close, and I'm going to ask Councilman Henderson to read this, Councilmember Vieira felt ill and has left. He had to leave. So I just wanted to announce that. Yeah, so motion to close?
So move.
Motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Henderson, do
Thank
the
you so
honors.
much. Yes, Chair, I take great pleasure in moving file number HPC 23-07-C, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, designating Memorial Park Cemetery located at 2425 East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3 hereof as a local historic landmark, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability,
Second.
providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
You're violating the rules. You're violating the rules. But it's good. It's good. All right, for the next few items, the public hearings, they are quasi-judicial. If anybody here is going to be speaking on items 80 all the way through 86, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. And we have just a few folks online, and I will swear them in when the time comes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
All right, was that Ms. Shaler online?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms.
It was.
Shaler has been sworn in for this. Go ahead, sir, item number 80.
Good afternoon, Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Item number 80 is REZ 2368. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 1723, 1725, 1729, 1733, 1735 West North A Street. The request is to rezone from residential multifamily 16 to commercial neighborhood. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? No, thank you very much. Do we have Representative Ms. Shaler for item number 80?
Good afternoon, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive, and this was no site plan involved, so we didn't have any changes to make there. We respectfully request your approval again this afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 80? Item number 80.
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I am going to go to Councilmember Hurtak for item number 80.
Sure. Item number 80, file number REZ 23-68, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1723, 1725, 1729, 1733, 1735 West North A Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to CN commercial neighborhood, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Next up
Thanks.
is thank you very much, ma'am. Item number 81 is next. Yes, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Item number 81 is RAZ 2393. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 3203 West St. John Street. The request is to rezone from residential single-family 50 to commercial and commercial general to planned development for a cemetery. Just as a refresher, here is an aerial of the subject site. I do want to note that, Marty Cologne is north of the cemetery, and a portion of it does run along the property side here, but it is not included with the request. Additionally, the applicant has proposed no buildings on the site, and there will be no employees, so parking is not required. The applicant has completed revisions to the site plan as requested and provided staff with hard copies that have been submitted to the clerk's office. If approved, certified site plans will then be uploaded to Estrella. That concludes my presentation. I'm available with any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Mr. Bentley?
Excuse me, thanks. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mark Bentley, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, representing the applicant. What I'd like to do is forego making a presentation with the understanding that in the event rebuttal is needed, that I would relinquish the 15 minutes for 5 additional minutes for rebuttal, if that's okay with council.
Any objection? No? All right. Any questions or comments? No?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We'll go
you.
to public comment
Appreciate
now.
it.
If anybody in the public wishes to speak on item number 81, I saw that everybody here was sworn in, so come on up, please state your name. You have 3 minutes. We do not have any registered speakers for this item. Yes, ma'am. Is that a speaker waiver form? Yes. Okay. So the attorney's going to read the names. If you're here, please raise your hand.
Yes, Missy Martin has one name, Michael McNabb. There he is, 1 additional minute.
All right, 4 minutes. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. Missy Martin, 2729 Main Street. I again want to begin by saying this vacant land should be a cemetery, and it should stay a cemetery. This is not where the disagreement stands, and we welcome the Shabbat of Pasco into our community with this opportunity before them, if it does not hurt or depreciate our properties. Today, you will be voting to approve some of the following: a waiver to approve an entrance into a new cemetery inside of our neighborhood that is not consistent with the city's requirements. A waiver to approve an entrance into a new cemetery inside of our neighborhood that is not fed by an arterial or a collector road, which again is not consistent with the city's requirement. A waiver to approve a piece of property that is half the size of what is required per the city for the creation of a new cemetery, and a waiver to allow for no parking. These requirements are there for a reason. To say the owner will be landlocked if not allowed to move forward as presented is something that should have been considered before purchasing the land. The city should have also considered this when they purchased portions of this cemetery just last year from this property owner, especially if they had the opportunity to purchase the entire tract. The applicant and their representatives eluded the last time they were here that our neighborhood should just be grateful that this is what is planned for that parcel, and we should just be okay with it. That if this is not allowed, then a different type of development can or will come in and bring a lot more traffic and more problems. I ask myself all the time, would this be allowed in certain neighborhoods? I think the answer is no. I ask on behalf of our neighborhood today for you to consider our residents in our community. I also have not heard mention once throughout this entire process what is the plan and what will be required for the applicant and owner to be responsible for the handful of marked graves that are on their property. Currently, as the survey shows, there are existing marked burials which are on their property where they plan to develop their own cemetery. If they cannot drive through the Marty Cologne Cemetery through the Columbus Drive entrance because they allege it is a resting place for those that are not of their beliefs and it would be disrespectful, then what will they be required to do for those that are already buried on the property? We demand to see in their plans what the care, custody, and control of these existing burials will be. I don't think I need to remind anyone in Tampa or on council about the ugly history that Tampa has when it comes to the care they have provided for those who have been buried and are of minority descent and allowing development on its lands. There are several hundred records that are archived about this cemetery dating all the way back to 1887. The University of South Florida and the city archives has an abundant collection of records, articles, and documents for this cemetery alone, and its ugly history and accounts of bodies not being moved with markers and then developed over. Black, Hispanic, and Latin people interred in parts of this cemetery which were moved from other sections of the cemetery and placed in graves that are not marked properly, and the neglect of past private owners and leaseholders of this land, all in the name of development and improvements to the neighborhood. Is there a plan to ensure that there are no unmarked burials on this land and has been done for other known cemeteries, or are we going to abandon some of our founding immigrant families in this community? If the entrance off Columbus Drive is good enough for us, then it should be good enough for all of us. If the paved path is wide enough now for us, then it should be good enough for all of us. Or maybe the city needs to bring it into compliance so that it is. We want it to remain a cemetery, but we want our property values, our way of life, our safety, and our peace of mind, along with those who have family interred at the cemetery, just as much as the applicant and the property owner do.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Diaz-Jaskowski. I live at 5422 Winhawk Way. I grew up in the house at 2611 North St. Vincent Street, Tampa, Florida, where my mother, Sylvia Diaz, has lived for the past 63 years. My number one concern today is for her safety. We are both happy that this parcel will continue to be a cemetery as it has always been. However, we do have concerns about the traffic impact that a new entrance will have on the surrounding neighborhood. This neighborhood is already overburdened with overflow traffic from the stadium, cut-throughs from Columbus Drive, and additional traffic from La Teresita restaurant and other businesses bordering Columbus Drive and McDill. Vehicles speed down St. Vincent Street and run stop signs on a daily basis. With the amount of new home construction and Airbnbs coming into the area, it has significantly increased over the past several years. Now we will have funeral processions and visitors for the new cemetery coming into our neighborhood as well. Not to forget the parking issues that will come with large funerals. My mother and I walked the neighborhood on 2 different occasions after the first hearing. Not one person in that area had been spoken to or was aware of the plans for the cemetery. Many voiced their concerns, but were unable to attend the meeting today as these are working people, and many of them do not speak English. We also met in person with LaShawn Dock and Samuel Thomas on February 19th. They were unaware that no one in the surrounding area had been spoken to. I spoke with Rabbi Mendai Dabrowski after the first meeting and Rabbi Mendai Yarmush on 2/17. They were also unaware that no one from the neighborhood had been spoken to. There was a meeting of the McFarland Park Neighborhood Association on February 28th at Barksdale Center. Many residents attended that meeting along with Rabbis Dabrowski and Yarmush to express their concerns and to ask questions. At the last city council meeting, there were several residents present. However, we asked Melissa Martin to speak on our behalf. She had done all the research and has been involved from the beginning. In conclusion, we are content with this parcel to continue to be used as a cemetery. However, we are not in agreement with putting a new opening directly into an already overburdened neighborhood when there is another existing road that has been used for the life of the cemetery. Personally, I think it's a bad message for the city council to send to developers that they can come into West Tampa and make any changes that they wish, regardless of the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Sylvia Diaz. I live at 2611 North St. Vincent Street, where I have been for 63 years. My main concern is the funeral processions. The street between St. Vincent and where the proposed new entrances is a half a block long. There are 6 houses on that street, on that half a block, all with driveways opening onto St. John. My concern is funeral processions, as we all know, are slow. If they get backed up on that short street, It will impede access and egress from my home. Also, I'm concerned, and of the other homes on the street. Also, I'm concerned with trash and the days of trash and garbage pickup, not being able to access our properties. Among other, and the most important is emergency vehicles, trying to access our homes when there is a backup of funeral processions winding around in that small neighborhood with short and narrow streets. All of this would be solved by just continuing to use the entrance that's on Columbus Drive that has been used for 100 years. That's it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good afternoon. Eileen Henderson. I seem to be making a habit of this today. I was brought in at the last minute with Marti Cologne. If you don't know, I am the founder of the Cemetery Society. I started that after the Woodlawn campaign, where we had a developer who was asking for a rezoning to build townhomes on the property, private property, I might add. So I wasn't really even fighting the city of Tampa. We were fighting a private homeowner, property owner with that one. So I started this to protect historical cemeteries, and Councilman Miranda, you alluded to that recently about protecting our cemeteries, protecting our history, and that's exactly what I'm here to do. I'm sad to hear that this is at the second reading because I haven't had the opportunity to do the research that I know that I can do to present to you a case not to move forward. There's too much to be done. All of you know who Ray Reed is. He's done incredible work with our historic cemeteries, specifically as it relates to Black cemeteries. He has documentation that shows over 1,000 bodies that are unmarked at Marti Cologne. In fact, what he said to me in one of his emails that he sent me, what he said was, whether buried over or built over, Marti Cologne has many, many skeletons yet to be revealed. As such, we cannot continue to move forward. We need to figure out what's on that property, if there's marked graves, if there's unmarked graves, and then move forward from there. To allow this second reading to go forward without doing our research, without doing our due diligence, we're going to find ourselves in the same place that we did with Zion Cemetery. 50, 60 years from now, somebody like me standing up here demanding that those souls be recognized that don't have a voice. I beg of you, please do not move forward. Do the research. We did it once. We didn't get that rezoning for that property developer at Woodlawn. You can do it again, and I know that you can. Please take that into consideration. I'm fighting for the history of our historic cemeteries, and Marti Cologne is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Ms. Sanchez has 5 names. Please acknowledge your presence. Adrian Laramie, thank you. Stephanie Pointer, thank you. Joanne McNabb, thank you. And Gloria Jean Royster, thank you. 5 names for a total of 8 minutes.
Good morning, good afternoon, City Council. Sandra De Diego Sanchez, West Tampa resident, community activist, with family interred at Cologne Cemetery and with family that lives around the Cologne Cemetery. And for Mr. Benchley's benefit, I live 2.3 miles away, which seemed to be a point of interest at the first hearing. I didn't speak at the first hearing because I was sure that all City Council knew the difference between a major arterial road and a narrow residential street. I also assumed that this council would understand having a funeral dirge wind through your neighborhood and park on those streets would be a detriment to this neighborhood, not to mention the depreciation of value. Can you imagine trying to sell your home and having potential buyers seeing a funeral procession parked in front of your house? Last week you sat through hours talking about housing and the missing middle and workforce housing. That's what this neighborhood is. This is missing middle, and this is workforce housing. Why would you want to destroy it? On February 28th, Rabbi Yarmish of Pasco County and Rabbi Dombrowski of South Tampa attended the meeting at McFarland Park. From that meeting, we learned three things. One of the things is for Jewish burial has to be done within 24 hours, that the parking that they're planning that nobody can see is supposed to house 60 cars. And the other one was that there were 4 bodies already on that property. First, let me address the 20 cars. As I said earlier, the average length of a car is 15 feet. 20 cars times 15 feet is 300. The width of the, is 3,000. The width of the road has to be 20 feet, which would be 6,000 square feet that would be taken away from that property. They told us about the 20% that was going to be taken by the retention pond. So a total of 14,000 square feet would be taken away from what they're purchasing, the 40,000 square feet, leaving them 26,000 square feet. A far cry from the required 85,000 square feet that was required for a cemetery. The other thing, of course, was the fact that the burial had to be within 24 hours. This is going to be a private cemetery going through a residential area. Services can be had at any time, day or not, because they are not under the same guidelines as other city parks. Can you imagine an either early morning or later in the evening procession? Think about the dogs going crazy because there's a slow-moving funeral procession going through their neighborhood. Utter chaos. I would wish that Mr. John Scott was here, Jonathan Scott's here, so he could verify if the secret parking place, they're calling it a lollipop, I believe that's how the rabbis explain the shape of it, how 20 cars are going to fit in there. I'm sorry. I cannot believe that 20 cars are going to fit in a popsicle circle. It's just not possible. The other thing, of course, is that the applicant made no attempt to make contact with the community before first hearing. Had they done so, they would have recommended that the applicant do some research regarding the property that they were purchasing. According to USF, which was mentioned previously, has a very, very felonious history. There are 2 cemeteries next to each other, the Martis Cemetery and Cologne Cemetery. When the city decided to extend Columbus Drive, all the bodies north of Columbus Drive, the Martis Cemetery, were moved to the Cologne Cemetery. Besides having a black cemetery on that side, they also had a pauper's grave, unmarked, no recognition. The Cologne Cemetery also had a pauper's grave, and it was directly to the south. I pulled the records for the Cologne Cemetery, all 3,200 names. It is by alphabetical order, it is by the lot, and it is also by the section. The applicant purchased lot 13, 14, 8, and 9. There's no sections attached to that. If you look through this list, there are over 100 names that show burial in lot 13, 14, 8, and 9, which do not have a section attached to them. I am not saying that there is a guarantee that those bodies are on that property, but there is a very, very good chance, since that was the pauper's grave on that end of it, that it is. I do not believe the parking will accommodate the 20 cars and will therefore cause a need for overflow parking. The rabbis assured us that they would direct the cars elsewhere. City Council, there is no elsewhere. There is no legal parking allowed on St. Conrad, St. John, or Matandas. The only other alternative would be the roadway within the Cologne Cemetery. The entrance to the Jewish cemetery accompanied with a funeral dirge through the residential area would promote chaos. There was a lot of Rabbi Yarmish is from Pasco County. Rabbi Dabrowski is from South Tampa. There's a lot of property between Pasco County and South Tampa. Why they would pick this small plot for both congregations is a question we have to ask about. Again, it has been about the use of the cemetery. It already is and has the bodies to prove it. Instead of adding the sidewalks, they could have widened the driveway in the existing cemetery and we would be there. When speaking about the 4 graves that were already on the property, the rabbis confirmed to us and said that they were sympathetic and would take care of those graves. Seems to me, if you already proved that there's 4 other than Jewish bodies there, that property must be contaminated. They have no proof that there are no other bodies there, and the speaker before me also mentioned that. How can we move forward if you don't know what's under that? I would very quickly like to remind you about the waivers that are allowed. Per the staff report, number 1, design of the proposed development is unique and therefore is needed for waiver. However, with waivers granted, the intent of the article stated in 77.2 is met. I do not believe requiring an 85,000 square feet for a cemetery and only having 25,000 keeps that waiver. B, it allowed will substantially, if allowed, will not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others.
Thank you
Property
very
would be
much.
affected by allowance of the waiver.
Thank you
This
very
is not so. Depreciation of the surrounding
Thank you very
property
much,
is
ma'am.
paramount. Please allow me 30 seconds. Allowing the waiver will result in substantial justice being done, considering both the public benefit intended to secure this chapter and the development of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and the individual hardships will be suffered by failure of City Council to grant this waiver. Every time I read this in a staff report, it is always for the benefit of the developer. It is not justice for the community. Please deny this applicant until further information can be gathered.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
If I may, I just wanted to make one correction. There is no parking waiver requested as part of this application.
All right, is there anybody else that wishes to speak for public comment? Councilmember Carlson, I saw your hand up.
Could I ask legal, that a lot of testimony was given today about possible bones or graves that are unmarked on this lot. Is that competent, substantial evidence in regard to this decision?
Kate Wells, Legal Department. I was asking myself that same question as I was hearing that testimony from members of the public. Quickly did some research. Chapter 872, Florida's unmarked burial law. If there are bodies buried there, the state would get involved. As I was looking at the criteria in our land development code for rezoning, I didn't see anything that neatly matched up as to, I'm not saying it's not relevant, but the purpose of today's hearing, nothing jumped out at me that would tie that into the appropriateness of the rezoning, again, because they are requesting the use of a cemetery. But I'd also like Mr. Bentley to address that.
When you said the state would get involved, what does that mean? Would that be before it's rezoned or after, and how would that work?
I can't speak to that directly. I have not been involved with that. We were just doing some quick research as members of the public were speaking about it, but there's a state archaeologist with the Division of Historical Resources. There's a reporting mechanism. So I believe that would occur after a rezoning if this moves forward today. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bentley.
Okay. I'd just like to follow up on what Ms. Wells said.
Please state your name, sir.
My name's Mark Bentley, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa 33602. The city purchased the subject property to the north in 2023, and when they did that, what they did is they identified potential or obvious grave site locations and included that in the acquisition. Now, with respect to state law, the city was required to establish by survey markers any and all existing grave sites, okay, when they purchase the property. So in the event there are additional grave sites located on the property under consideration, what the client intends to do is undergo this radar penetrating analysis, provide any information to the city, won't move forward with any kind of, I guess you could say, development on the subject property. So, you know, the city bought the property. They could have bought additional property. It's pretty obvious what they bought in terms of, you know, visible, I guess you could say, grave sites. Okay, so.
Mr. Bentley, before you get into rebuttal, could I just ask city staff, did the city do any kind of analysis on the part that the city took over, and what was the result of that analysis? Did the city say that, in effect, say that there are no graves on those sites?
From the zoning department, we have not done that. I would imagine the cemetery falls under Parks and Recreation's purview, so if any type of that research would have been done, it wouldn't have been done through us in the zoning department, or development coordination, excuse me.
Okay. And,
Excuse me, if I may ask the same planning commissioner question. To your knowledge, how many rezonings of any types of a cemetery have you done?
This is my second, if we include the one that we voted on this morning.
Yeah, Tampa did one, the second one, this is Tampa's, I mean, Tampa, there's this one and the one you did earlier, right?
Yes.
And what about the one at Robles Park? That wasn't a cemetery, but that was
We did
another
do-
one. So you have some experience in it, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any place else where they've done this?
Where we've rezoned a parcel for
Not
new
you,
land?
anywhere else, any other cities that may have the same interest that we have?
Not that I could
Situation that we
speak
have.
of. I haven't done research on it.
I think there's a presumption that the property is vacant at this point in time. There's no evidence to suggest otherwise. And here again, we're dealing with not Marty Cologne, but a separate and independent piece of property owned by,
I'll tell you what I do, and I'm not a gambler.
but that's just pure speculation, sir.
I'm not speculating.
Okay.
You're the ones bringing the presentation, not I am.
No, I
Just
understand. I'd
listening
like
to
to
you,
start
sir.
my presentation.
I'm not being argumentative with you.
No,
I'm just saying that what I've heard from very people.
I think you've heard a lot of misinformation from a lot of
Uh-huh.
these people too, and I think, given the opportunity, I think you'll
I'm not
see.
talking about people here, about people that have died in my growing up saying my so-and-so is buried on top of my aunt because they didn't have the money and both are buried on top of the other grave.
Yeah.
That I can guarantee you.
All right. begin
If
your
I can,
presentation.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
can
Mr.
we-
Chairman. I'm sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Bentley, forgive me. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. It was brought to my attention by staff that Ms. Sanchez neglected to submit something that she wanted to put into evidence.
Sandy Sanchez.
No,
I
go to the microphone, please.
Sandy Sanchez, this is my request for city records, and this is the listing that we got of people that are deceased and where they are buried. I'd like to submit this for evidence. I'm sorry, I forgot to give it to you when I finished
Please give
speaking.
it to Mr. Shelby.
And then,
We'll submit it
and
to
Mr.
the
Bentley, did you want to take a look at that?
No.
We have a
Okay.
motion to receive and file from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendon. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Bentley.
Anyhow,
Please begin
just to
your
wrap that up, then so I can get in my presentation, under section 497.274 Florida statute sub 2A, the city was required to survey any and all markers when they acquired the property. So, Ryan?
Good afternoon, City Council. Ryan Manassi with Johnson Pope, Director of Development and Planning. If CCTV could bring up the PowerPoint. I just want to highlight some points, some talking points that we've heard today and from first reading. This first slide is a Google image. I measured out 20 feet, and you'll see that yellow line. The lighter gray portion on both sides of that pavement, that you can see the existing pavement, that would be roughly 20 feet, okay? And the reason I'm bringing up 20 feet is because that's a technical requirement that we're being held to, which is city code for life safety as well as transportation requirements. So our site would be to the top of this picture, the vacant portion, and our circulation on site would be to technical requirements and fire requirements for the city of Tampa. And again, the lighter gray portion, it's just, you could see it crosses over numerous interment sites or plots, burial sites, and looking at this and being out there and doing site visits, I don't know how that would ever be expanded without interrupting some of these existing sites or plots. Just to bring your attention from first reading, since transportation's not here presently, Councilman Clendenen asked a question, and we thought it was relevant for this conversation today too, and it's specifically about the legal access to the property, okay? And you can see on the second part there, where Councilman Clendenen asked, mobility's position is access to the street, 2 streets that abut this. Jonathan Scott, City of Tampa Transportation, says that's correct. Okay, so again, our legal access is to either St. John or Matanzas. Now, we're proposing St. John access, and there's a couple reasons for that, and I'll show you here in a second. These pictures are probably a little familiar from first reading. It's my vehicle parked on part of the pathway that's existing there, and that's facing, the vehicle's facing north, but to the rear of the vehicle would be the vacant parcel that we're proposing for the cemetery use. You can see one vehicle parked on that path. There is no way going around there without disturbing existing burial sites. So it's one way in, one way out. The right side photo is just if you were facing in front of my vehicle, facing north towards Columbus. And again, that first photo shows you how it varies, but it's very substandard to the 20-foot requirement. Now, the photo on the left is the south property boundary, and the photo on the right is to point out this access. This gate access, from my investigation, at least going back to 2007, has always been there on St. John. Okay, so it's been used, it's been utilized for access to the southern parcel. Whether it was used going through Columbus all the way to St. John, I'm not sure, but you could see here that this access, as it is today, is shown back in 2007 and most likely previous to that as well. Just to hit on a point, this is from the City of Tampa's website regarding Marty Colon Cemetery, and the highlighted portion that I blew up there was on the bottom. It says, in May 2023, the City of Tampa purchased the parcels that make up Colon Cemetery, and therefore now owns both Marty Colon cemeteries. And as you heard from Mr. Bentley, the onus would be on that property buyer at the time, which would be the City of Tampa, to identify these markers that Mr. Bentley identified in the Florida statutes. But again, from our perspective, the city is more or less stating that they have all of Marty Colon Cemetery, because Marty's the north side, Colon's the middle part, and then our parcel's the vacant site to the south. This is just a very rough draft of what I did. I tried to color code it a little bit. But the red lines kind of depict what you could possibly get with RS50, because that's the zoning towards the west of the property. And again, RS50 is where the special use criteria applies to. The CG portion of the property is you could have a cemetery by permitted use by right. Okay, but you can see there I just generally depicted 5,000 square foot lots with 50 feet of frontage. And what I'm demonstrating here is the possible amount of access by right this property could possibly develop without coming before you for some type of rezoning. And it's not that we're threatening that or anything like that. We're bringing a PD rezoning to you that is specifically for a cemetery use. And I think everybody is from my recollection, everybody's talking about the use is not the issue. So again, that's the only capacity that we could bring this for you, to say this is a cemetery use and this is how it's gonna be, and not have any deviation from that. So just to point out the outreach timeline, so by requirements of the code, we do public notice, as you know, for these city council public meetings, and it does a radius, and we send it out to all neighbors in that radius. But just to pull it back a little bit, at initial submission, which was around June 26th, myself and Mark, sent out letters to the neighborhood organizations that are listed on the city website, just as we would do for our required public notice. Okay, so we set that out right when we submitted, and that's just a courtesy notice that we're trying to do to, get feedback, concerns, and see if there's anything that we can address in these projects before we get to you. August 31st, 2023, Sandy Sanchez, I saw her here at a hearing that I was at for another hearing, and she advised me that Misty Martin had some concerns, and that we traded some information. I believe she gave me Misty Martin's number and an email later on. September 2023, I discussed neighborhood concerns with Carol Ann Bennett and Missy Martin. Those are the two that I heard back from or heard through Ms. Sanchez. And then prior to our resubmittal on November 20th, which we missed a cycle because we went back to the drawing board and tried to figure out if there's anything we can do to, help appease the neighborhood or any concerns, I reached back out to Carol Ann Bennett and Missy Martin regarding the impasse in our site design and stated that we were going to resubmit and proceed forward with the city council hearing. Then we did our required public notice, And that's why we were there at first reading. And as stated by some of the opposition, February 19th, Rabbi Yarmush discussed the rezoning with a neighbor, Ms. Barbara. February 28th, 2024, Rabbi Yarmush and Rabbi Dabrowski attended a community meeting. And February 29th, 2024, Rabbi Dabrowski met with Sandy Sanchez. So just to trail the, the events of the timeline, I just wanted to annotate that for the record. And then with that, I'll turn it back over to Mark.
No, I don't. Ryan, would you mind taking that? Thank you. Just to make a couple points here, I might need one more minute, Mr. Chair, but in any event, the unrefuted testimony and evidence from our perspective in this case is the only legal access to the property is from a public street adjoining the property. So under Florida law, we're entitled to direct access to a public right-of-way if it's contiguous to the subject property. Historical access, as Ryan indicated, is from St. Jean. You saw the gate there. There is a path at the northern property line, not a road, as cars didn't exist when this was created in 1895, more or less. The path's about 8 feet wide, has no subbase, it's not safe, etc. There are graves actually right up to the path. If you even tried to expand to the required 20 feet, you'd have to, I guess you call it disinterring these graves and relocate them, and I don't have a clue how you do that. There's no legal right for us to use the path, assuming you could even require us to do that. It would be a violation of city code, which requires 20 feet for NFPA, fire life safety, and cause reinterment, as I mentioned. There are liability issues associated with joint use. I guess the city would have to provide some kind of insurance, along with the responsibility for maintenance and repairs. The Columbus intersection would have to be entirely reworked. It's untenable right now. You can barely get in it. And that includes work in the median where that mirror is. It'd be a violation of Florida law to send us onto this path too. And I've got 2 cases in the record that stand for the proposition. And these were situations where a local government tried to require a property owner to get access to the property over a substandard public street, not a private right-of-way we're talking about. And this involved one case in Pinellas County, and I won't give you the citations, but they're in the record, where they tried to force someone over a 10-foot path to get to their property instead of utilizing a public right-of-way, and the second DCA determined that was a compensable taking of the subject property. Other points here, from a practical standpoint, if there was one car, if there's a cemetery, or excuse me, a funeral going on in Marty Cologne, there's one car on the path, okay, then we could never use our client's property. It'd be completely blocked off. And you can't just divert off the path. You're diverting onto actually grave sites. If you've been out there, you know what I'm talking about. The community supports the use. Staff, you saw the quote from, and you heard the testimony, Jonathan Scott, our required access is either to Marty Cologne or Matanzas. The waiver for the setback for the graves is consistent with the cemetery to the north, which is 30 feet. I also want to point out, when the city acquired the property in 2023, they created an illegal or non-conforming lot, which is our property. It didn't meet minimum lot size. That put us in a predicament we're in right now. In order to have a cemetery there, under the special use standards, we don't have enough land. And under Florida law, we have enough land, okay? So the waiver is a result of the city not buying the entire property, just a portion of the property.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so, excuse me, can I just have 30 seconds, just
Yes,
like,
you can.
okay.
I'm going to submit this to the record of the
you may.
presentation.
30 more seconds.
Okay, go ahead, Rabbi.
Mendy Dabrowski, do you need my address?
No.
Okay. Just to address some of the concerns that were shared previously by some of our neighbors. First and foremost, I live within, very close, within a couple of miles of the cemetery space. And while Rabbi Yarmush lives much further away, our work really is not congregational. We are community rabbis. We don't operate a synagogue the same way other congregations do. So this is born out of a desire from community members asking us to create a Jewish cemetery in the city closer to them. We don't do funerals at night, so that's a misnomer. I'm not sure where that came from. And we definitely don't want to disturb the residents. We understand their concerns. We know that change is difficult. And we've actually talked with some of the local restaurants about in the once a year, even time opportunity where it might be too much, ways to try and address their concerns, which is ultimately our goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Councilman.
I have a question for the rabbi, actually, so.
Please.
If you could come up, sir.
Sure.
Thank you.
Name again?
No,
Okay.
you're fine, but thank you.
Sure.
So I believe Mr. Bentley talked about the fact that you would be willing to do the ground penetrating radar to see if there are any graves on the property?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, so we feel that, number one, obviously, I believe, as I said earlier, burial is a very sacred thing. And if there are graves there, they need to be recognized and acknowledged. I also think it's worth clarifying that we made it abundantly clear that the graves that are on the property would be demarcated as part of the Marty Colon Cemetery. So any barrier that was created between the two would be on the side of those graves, so anyone could access them exactly as they would up until this point. We made that perfectly clear. We respect those graves as much as anybody else that's clear. And the same would go if we were to find other people that are buried there, then we would obviously have to recognize and acknowledge those people as well. And to Councilman Miranda's point, if it's substantiated that there's no evidence that can point to someone that's actually buried there, but common refrain, and we have people here that have that, is that this was a pauper's grave. Maybe there should be a marker placed there. Maybe a monument of such should be placed there that acknowledges that while we don't have definitive evidence that it was Jack or Stephanie or Stacy, we know from collective community wisdom that there are people that were buried here that could not afford other proper graves, and this is in their memory so that they are not forgotten. So we definitely want to make sure that that is the case or is not the case before we move forward for ourselves, and then also to pay respect to whoever is there as well.
Thank you.
Councilman Miranda?
No, I'm just thinking out loud. You know, I write things sometimes to listen to, talk to myself. For instance, dead people don't speak, but I still listen to them. I mean, that's how I grew up. They taught me. No matter how fast you run, time will always catch up with you. If I knew where I was going, I would have already arrived. Just many things that come to my head. So I'm going to ask you all a question, everyone, no matter who you are. Name me another cemetery that's got an entrance, one way in and one way out.
I can answer that, but I'm not going to.
Colon Cemetery, Centro Pañón Cemetery, Memorial Park, Centro Turiano Hospital, Centro Turiano Cemetery, and the others that are big, they got roads all the way around them and cutting through them. But they have no houses. They have no egress or egress to anyone. And if I'm wrong, prove me. That's what the dead people taught me. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anything else? Is there a motion to close? All right, motion to, Councilman Miranda is correct. So motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you. Your mic was off when you said it. All right, Councilmember Henderson, would you like to read it? No? Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to read it?
I move file number REZ 2393, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3203 West St. John Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning districts classifications RS50 residential single family and CG commercial general to PD planned development cemetery, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second for Councilmember Hurtak. Please record your vote.
Do you want to explain? Can I discussion?
Go ahead, sir. Any discussion?
Yeah, I would like to explain, because I heard some things today, and, generally it's, I'm neighborhood. But this boils down to a simple rezoning request. And what's currently, somebody could currently build houses on top of this area, and probably nobody would even bat an eye, and they'd build on top of whatever's existing there. I didn't hear anybody object to that remaining a cemetery, so that's really off the table. And the egress, so really, it seems to me, basically what I'm hearing, The only real issue here is the entrance on the road to the cemetery. And we heard from the transportation experts at the first hearing that there's an entitlement for egress and ingress to this property from that area. So that, without that, you know, they wouldn't have access to their property. So I get the emotion behind it. I also get the neighborhood concerns and the change in neighborhood. I also get the fact that there is cultural differences here. We have a historic, probably predominantly Catholic neighborhood, you know, and then changing use of a different cemetery. But that's not something we consider here as the Tampa City Council and a government office. We have codes about how these roads are built. The city said these are the way these roads are built. There's a requirements of how this is done. So I think that the issue boils down to really what's in our hands as a governing body representing the city of Tampa. The decision that we're making, we have to peel back some of that other stuff to get down to what's legally defendable and recognizing everybody's land use. And that's why I read the ordinance that I'm going to support the rezoning on this.
Councilmember Carlson.
I think this is a really difficult one. I voted yes last time. There was additional evidence presented today by the community regarding the waivers, some additional issues that could or should be addressed. There was also all the evidence in the stack that we haven't looked at regarding what graves might be on the site. Legal gave us an answer, but it sounds like that answer needs to be reviewed more before legal could say whether we could or could not vote no based on that. If I had a choice now, I would figure out how to continue this, because I also respect the community that's trying to build a place to honor their loved ones. But there are issues that need to be worked out here, and in the absence of being able to continue it, based on the new evidence presented today, I would change my vote to no.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to keep my vote as yes, because this is still going to be a cemetery. They have said they're going to do ground penetrating radar. If this happens and it doesn't become a cemetery, people can build houses on it right now, and there's nothing we can do as the city council to make them check ground penetrating radar. We can't make anybody do that. It's a private piece of property. So this is going to be a cemetery. I also understand the cultural difference, that going through another person's cemetery is not acceptable to those of the Jewish faith. And so I want to respect that. I'm concerned that if this doesn't pass and doesn't become a cemetery, it's going to become homes and commercial property. Also, in everything that's come in front of us, we're looking simply at the zoning. We are turning it into, we're codifying what the community has always known it's been. Because right now, it is not a cemetery. And we will be codifying it as a cemetery. And I think that that is protecting the land where right now it is not being protected. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Council, I just want to point out to you, and Councilmember Carlson referenced this, but I think it needs to be made clear on the record as you move forward. This is your ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. And according to what I see in front of me, it was a 5-2 vote, and 2 members of City Council voted no. And of course, this was a second reading, and you have the opportunity for additional evidence. But I just want to let you know in advance that depending on what the outcome is, if it moves forward, then it moves forward. But if it does not move forward, council will need to be prepared to justify what the competent substantial evidence is on the record at this hearing, and justify what forms the basis for the change of your vote between first and second reading, so that is clear on the record.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion?
None.
Yes, sir? No? All right, please record your vote.
Motion failed due to a lack of 2/3 majority vote, with Carlson, Miranda, and Maniscalco voting no, and Vieira being absent at votes.
And
Mr. Shelby.
pursuant to council's rules, this is automatically reopened and continued to the next regular meeting, whereupon Councilmember Vieira, who is absent for this vote, will have had the opportunity to review the record and then come back, and then council will have the opportunity to cast the votes with a full council.
This would be March 28th, sir.
March 28th, unless there's another day that, I believe,
We have April
Mr.
4th
Bentley?
as well.
Well, the thing is, what we don't want to have is, it should be a very short vote, and I don't want the applicant or the community to be prejudiced by having to wait.
All right.
So my recommendation would be, you
March
take it the 28th.
All right, March 28th at 9:30.
Yes.
All right. We have a motion to automatically continue this to March 28th, 2024, 9:30 a.m., 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida 33614. I'm sorry, 02, third floor.
Thank you.
Wrong zip code.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
Should we do what we did for the last one and make sure it's first thing?
Do we have to? We have a separate.
Well,
No, okay. Item number 82, sir.
You ready? Okay. Agenda item number 82, Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Item 82 is REZ 23-118. This item is a request to rezone the property at 3110 North Tampa Street. The request is to rezone from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? No, thank you very much. Applicant for 82? Is there anybody here for item 82? There's nobody registered. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 82? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? I left off with Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes, I read the last one.
You read the last one? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember, no, I'll go back around. Councilmember Hurtak, will you mind reading 82?
You started the opposite direction.
Oh, Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right, yeah, because we've switched it around with the cemetery. Go ahead, ma'am. 82.
Yeah. I move file number REZ, I have my microphone on, okay. I move file number REZ 23-118, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3110 North Tampa Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classifications RS 50, residential single family, to PD planned development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Clendenin, please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Next is item number 83. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Item number 83 is REZ 2404. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 4116 and 4118 West Estrella Street. The request is to rezone from residential single-family 60 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? No? All right, applicant for item number 83. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Of course. Good afternoon, Council Chairman and council members. Bruce Kaschek, certified planner with Florida Design Consultants. I'm here representing Ishmael Akabar, who is the owner of the properties, and I am requesting approval of the project and I'm here to respond to any questions that may be arise.
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Doc, are you coming up? No? Oh, anybody in the public wish to speak, sir?
It's my property, but, you know, we just...
Please say your name.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Ismail Hakkı Akbaba. I'm the property owner. And, you know, I don't want to take your time. You know, I'm just, you know, seeing your hard work. And I don't have nothing to say, and you know the case.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak, sir, ma'am? Please come up, state your name. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. Michael McNabb, resident of Palm City West, president of Palm City West Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking today for opposing residents who live near this property, and the board of directors of Palm City West also oppose this rezoning. RS 60, residential single family, 60 feet of frontage. RS 60, It's RS60. RS60. That's the four legs of the stool. As a longtime neighborhood association president and board member, I do not usually take sides or get involved in neighbor versus neighbor disputes. I try to look at what's best for the entire neighborhood and decide which matters are worth fighting for and which neighbors are moot. Palm City West is not anti-development. In fact, we're in a growth mode of new development, new houses going up every week. Hopefully you read my detailed letter to Assistant City Attorney Kate Wells about the issue that I have with the first hearing. First, without your questioning or prompting, Sam Thomas put up an overhead and pointed to two multifamily buildings, which he stated were within 1,000 feet of the subject property. Although he did not give you any addresses or names, I assume he was referring to the Neptune Gardens condominiums, which is a fully rented out and essentially an apartment building. No owners live there. It was built in 1973 before there was rezoning in my neighborhood, and it's Zone CG. It's right on Henderson. The other property, I guess, is the San Rafael Place condominiums, built in 1984, also before rezoning, Zone CG, and it's not in Palmacia West, so I can't even speak to that. Neither of these buildings are relevant to this PD. The discussion is about duplexes or townhouses in a single-family neighborhood. These two properties were apparently not important enough to even mention in the written staff report to you. Second, why does there have to be a transition from CG, commercial general, to residential? If you were to go down Henderson Boulevard, there are perhaps hundreds, but numerous houses right behind the commercial buildings in there. There's bars in there, there's restaurants in there, there's a jewelry store in there, there's all kinds of light commercial in there with houses right behind us. Some of them are being built on right now, so I don't see a requirement for a transition, and I don't see how a duplex is a transition. So I just want to remind you that your decision must be based on competent and substantial evidence, friends, relatives, and neighbors' comments and so on in support of the project are merely opinions, and they're not evidence of compatibility. Please vote. Reconsider this and please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Speaker waiver form. Please acknowledge your name, Sandy Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, I see you, Ms. Sanchez. Thank you. One additional minute.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Joanne McNabb. I've lived in Palmacia West for almost 50 years. As has been noted, Palmacia West has no duplexes. At the first hearing, when city staff referenced other multifamily housing, it's important to note that two of those references were not in Palmacia West. No exact addresses were given to us, but anything west of Lois Avenue and north of Henderson is not within Palmacia West borders. So that was not substantial and competent evidence given by city staff. I'm requesting that you vote no on this PD. These properties are zoned RS60, no duplexes allowed. There's no hardship here. I'm very confused, as just a mere 6 hours after the vote on this PD on February 8th, we heard from the platform, no one deserves a PD. So why was this one approved? Because it wasn't yet 3:30 a.m. or for some other reason? Also, I heard, if not here, then where? Well, I can tell you where it is zoned for duplexes, not RS60. Also, in past hearings, I've often heard from the platform, South Tampa is full. Well, is it or is it not? I'm very confused now as to when the words of some members of this council have meaning and when they don't. Does it take dozens of people to come speak, keeping you here till midnight? I could have brought friends, relatives, parents of my kids' friends to agree with me, as the applicant did in the first hearing, but those speakers he brought didn't live in Palmacia West. Their statements were strictly opinions, not competent and substantial evidence. Even one person who said she lived directly east of the subject property was in error. There's nothing east of the subject property. If you approve this PD, then what happens when Mr. X on Cameron Court decides to ask for a PD for a duplex. He can say, well, it transitions to those duplexes on Estrella. Then Miss Q, neighbor of Mr. X, can do the same thing, and soon all of that quiet cul-de-sac of single homes has become multifamily rentals. The other thing is, there's no need to consider this a necessary transition between homes and commercial. There's already an alley there and the quiet back walls of these small businesses. Palmacia West has had single-family homes next to commercial corridors for 70-plus years, and it's been fine and hasn't stopped sales. After all, this applicant bought 2 lots adjacent to commercial, and he knew the zoning. So this evidence I've given you now is competent and substantial. No one deserves a PD, as you said, and many voted so at 3:30 a.m. in February. South Tampa is full, has been stated by the council many times. We don't need transition housing that requires PD exceptions. We've managed here as neighbors for decades. There's no reason for a PD here. Zoning is RS 60. There are no legs of that hypothetical stool that supports granting a PD. The legs of the stool should always be the protection for the existing homeowners, for the zoning that we should be able to count on. And we have to rely on you to back us up on that. The neighborhood homeowners deserve to have their current zoning, their investments in their neighborhoods protected. So please change your vote to no on this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Anybody else wish to speak? If not, the speaker will be the final speaker. Please say your name.
Stephanie Pointer. I just wanted to point out something that's really, really important, that we keep having the same conversation over and over again about missing middle. We should build townhouses, but I believe, it's been a while. I've slept since then, but if I recall correctly, these townhouses are gonna be like 2,500, 3,000 square feet each. We're not building the missing middle here. We're building to the nth degree. And this is not gonna help anybody. These are gonna be $500,000. They're gonna cost $5,000 a month to rent. You know, when we look at the big picture, what they've torn down is two missing middle homes. That's not what they're replacing it with. They're replacing it with high-end luxury stuff. Let's be real here. And so when you look at something like this for rezoning, you have to take that into consideration. You know, if he was coming up here and saying, hey, I'm gonna build something that's gonna be reasonably priced, I'm all in. But I've gotta go with the McNabbs here, and it probably should have been brought up then. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Is there rebuttal, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name again.
Again, of course, Bruce Kastrek, Florida Design Consultants. Just this subject property, of course, is located here on Azio, abutting Henderson. The property is basically kind of in the brown area. It's all Res 10 land use. The property is a little over half acre of property, which allowed for up to 5 units an acre. The request is for 4 units an acre without any waivers. It is designed to try to utilize, of course, the alley for one of the units. And so to try to impact, to reduce impact into the neighborhood. And so it is, the Res 4 density is on the other side of Henderson. This area is all designated Res 10 under the future land use. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I say one more thing?
Please come up and state your name. Yes, sir.
My name is Ismail Akbaba. I'm the property owner, and I'm 100% sure you know like what's going on this property, what I'm building, what I'm going to build, if it's going to be possible. But people doesn't think, and like this, each building, it's 3,000 square feet touching the ground, like it's space. And I can put 5,000 square feet single family house, and nobody can say nothing. And then I can put divided the house, like rent a whole my room if I want to make a money. And then I can, rent whole house, like each rooms, like separately, and then they can, come with the 10 cars. And I don't like people just coming here and making the comments. It's like really, it doesn't make sense. If they have like something really like useful or, it's taking the people's time, they can come and speak to, tell everybody what their opinion. But it doesn't make sense, you know, I'm putting like 3,000 square feet each building, I can put like 5,000 square feet, single family house, and I have a right to do it. And they don't understand this, you know, difference between, that's, I just wanna, you know, make them sure they understand now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you read item 83?
I'll read it, see where we go.
Thank you.
Item number 83, file number REZ 24-04. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property general vicinity 4116, 4118 West Estrella Street in the city of Tampa, Florida. More particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 60, residential, single family, to PD, planned development, residential, single family, semi-detached, providing an effective date.
All right, we have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Carlson and Maniscalco voting no and Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 84. Yes, sir.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. Item number 84 is REZ 2408. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 1911 West Beach Street. The request is to rezone from residential single-family 50 to residential multifamily 18. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? No? Do we have an applicant for item 84?
She may be online.
Okay. All right, applicant, I have Liliana. If you're online, please turn on your camera. We need to swear you in. Or did she get sworn in? No? All right, if Liliana is online, please turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and we'll swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. You may proceed.
Well, I just want to thank the council for being here today again, and I just wanted to reiterate that our request is considered with the city's goals, strategy, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, including the city strategies, urban villages, and multifamily residential, and that the staff report did find that the proposed RM18 zoning district is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the future land use of R35 and with the underlying future land use designation. This will not alter the character or development pattern of this portion of the Old West Tampa neighborhood. So that's all I'm going to say right now, but I'm here for any questions. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Is there anybody that wishes to speak on item number 84? I see no one, and there's no one else registered. Do I have a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second to close the hearing.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Councilmember Carlson, would you mind reading 84?
We can move number 84, file number REZ 24-08. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 1911 West Beach Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to RM 18 residential multifamily, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry, please record your vote as I have my finger on the button.
Motion carried with Clendenin voting no, with VR being absent at vote.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The 10 a.m. public hearings, I have a registered applicant on 86. We'll get to that swearing in at that time. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Johns.
Rebecca Johns, Legal Department. This is the first public hearing on the development agreement for the University Park multifamily project. This project is located on Fowler Avenue across from USF. You've seen this project before. They brought it to you once for the first public hearing. USF has some comments. They've now revised their site plan to address those comments. Because those were substantial changes, we had to come back for our first hearing. The proposed development is a 627-unit development with a storefront residential. The development falls under House Bill 1339. That bill allows residential development to be placed in commercial or industrial zone properties, provided that 10% of the units are affordable. Affordable is defined by the state statute as a mortgage payment or rent, which includes the insurance, taxes, and utilities that does not exceed 30% of the median adjusted annual income, and the household's AMI is 120 and below per the statute. There's a declaration of restrictions attached to the development agreement that will impose those affordability covenants on the developer and on the property. The applicant is here to make a presentation. I just want to remind you, you're not voting on a resolution today. You will vote on the resolution if it goes to the second hearing. The resolution will be uploaded prior to that hearing. I would also request that the chair announce at this hearing the date and time of the second hearing. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Johns? No? And I have that date and time for the second hearing. So yes, sir, please say your name.
Good afternoon, Council. Jim Schimberg, Shubin Law Group. As you just heard, we've heard this previously, and the last time when we came back in second reading, there were some comments from USF who we've been working closely with, and you really wanted us to go back and work with them to try to address their concerns. And so we have Taryn Savia here from USF today. I'd like her to make a brief comment if she could, and then I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, council members. Taryn Sabia, University of South Florida, Assistant Dean for Research. I'm representing the University of South Florida today, and we'd like to present comment for the record. The University of South Florida is pleased with the focus on pedestrian safety for our students, the street and retail activation, access to existing and future transit, and improvements that will benefit the entire Fowler Avenue corridor for the future, and therefore supportive of the development agreement for the University Park multifamily project. We look forward to continued collaboration throughout the project's development, and we appreciate the effort of city staff and the development team working with USF on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Is there anything further to this presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak for public comment on this? All right. There is no motion to close. I just announced the second hearing. Is that correct, Ms. Johns?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, that concludes this first public hearing. The second public hearing will be held on March 28th, 2024. Would it be for 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602. We will see you March 28th. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, next up is a review hearing.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the Legal Department. May I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here on item number 86, which is a review hearing for an application SU1 24-05 for the properties located at 4901 and 4903 South Quincy Street. The petitioner filed a request with the city of Tampa to allow for a dwelling single-family attached development. Staff denied that application on January 8th of 2024 because it does not meet the specific requirements that are found in Code Section 27-132, subsection C. Staff will go into further details on why the application was denied, but it was denied for it was denied for two reasons. In your packet, City Council, I specifically provided a copy of Code Section 27-61, which governs the review hearing process. I also provided rules of procedure for this council in order to conduct this hearing, and I also provided sample motions regarding this matter. As I said briefly, staff that will appear online is Laura Marley. She will provide a detailed presentation on what the application was by the petitioner to city staff, and will also explain why staff denied that application. As stated in Code Section 27-61, subsection J3, City Council is going to conduct a de novo review, a de novo hearing, which means that City Council can accept new evidence as a part of this hearing. At the conclusion of the hearing, according to 27-61, City Council can either affirm the decision of the zoning administrator and deny the application, or City Council can overturn the decision of the zoning administrator and thereby approve the special use application that was requested by the petitioner. And with that, I will turn over to Ms. Marley, who's appearing remotely.
All right. Were you sworn in, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I share my camera, please?
You can share the screen.
Yeah, share my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet. They're gonna make gonna make your screen bigger. All right, they're getting there. All right, we can see your desktop.
Desktop, okay, let me move this over. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. If you could make it a
Okay.
little bit bigger.
Okay. Petitioner is Bayside Engineering. The property owner is 115 Central LLC. The property address is 4901 and 4903 South Quincy Street. The zoning is Commercial General, CG. The special use request is a special use 1 for dwelling single family attached. And here is the property. It's the property in red and the property right below it. These are the code requirements. Is section
Laura,
27-1.
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse one moment. Stop
We're
a second.
seeing your presentation screen, so if you could alternate.
Okay. Show screen. Come on. Okay, can you see the big one now?
Yes.
No, we're
No, it's
seeing,
You just gotta bring it back up, but the screen is large.
we're seeing the one where you have the Cisco window open.
Can you see it now?
We're seeing it, but it's your presentation slides, so,
The mode, you have to change
yeah, the mode.
Slideshow.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
You have to go back, or are you okay, counsel?
I'm good.
Wait, request to go back,
Yeah,
please.
Start from the beginning.
Start from the beginning, sure. Okay. Petitioner, Bayside Engineering, property owner 115 Central LLC, property address 4901 and 4903 South Quincy Street. The zoning is Commercial General, CG. Special use request is for a single family attached. Here's the property in red and the one just right below it. It didn't go over to the whole property. And the code requirements is section 27-132. The 2 requirements to obtain this special use request is the site shall have direct access to an arterial or collector street as shown on the major street map. And 2, when located in an office commercial district, the site shall meet the dimensional regulations of the RM 24 zoning district and shall be consistent with the Tampa comprehensive plan. And here's the site plan. As you can see, it's proposed to be off Quincy Street, which is a local roadway, and it does not meet the setbacks of the front nor the rear. And again, here are the requirements and staff response to A is direct access. Access is from South Quincy Street, which is a local street. And then from B, the front setback is proposed at 20 feet and the sides are 12. The north side setback is 15 and the rear setback is 10. The setbacks are 25 feet for the front, the rear is 20, and the sides are 7. And it is proposed to meet the height requirement. And that is the end of my presentation.
All right, any questions or comments? Yes,
Could
ma'am?
you go back to that slide before? No.
The site plan?
No, one more. Forward, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that they are choosing, so it is supposed to be a 25-foot setback, and they're doing a 20-foot setback? Front
Correct.
setback, and then the back setback is supposed to be 20, and they are showing 12?
They're showing 10.
10, and then side setback is supposed to be 7, and they're showing,
12 to the north and 15 to the south.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? No? Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right. We go to, wait, Mr. Mechanic, you are the representative, sir. Was he sworn in? Okay. All right, go ahead, sir. Mr. Mechanic, please state your name.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic, here on behalf of the applicant. I have with me at the hearing Jeff Kraft, who is the owner, and Eli Payne, who is the civil engineer on the project. And after I speak, they will supplement my comments. Initially, I would just ask Eli if he would put my aerial exhibit on the Elmo so I can talk from that exhibit as I go through various points. Okay, thank you.
We can activate the overhead so we can see. All right, there we go. Do you need us to zoom out? You want to zoom out a little bit?
Yeah, zoom just a little bit.
All right, it's the top button there. There it is. The other way, yeah. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mechanic.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The staff has cited 2 areas of inconsistency with the code, raising this as the basis for denial of the application. I'd like to go through each of those and explain to you that, in fact, our proposal meets the objectives set forth in these 2 requirements, and there is nothing whatsoever objectionable about this request. The first is that oh my goodness. Can you all see me?
We see what's on the overhead that the gentleman placed.
I don't know what happened to my.
You're still on, Mr.
Here
Mechanic.
we go. Sorry about that. I'm not going to touch this anymore.
On the monitors, what's on the monitors, please? I believe it's not the virtual. Oh, he wanted that to be displayed? Okay, thank you.
Go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
the first area of inconsistency is that the property does not front on a collector or an arterial road. Well, if you look very closely at the exhibit, you will see that we are less than 100 feet from Gandy Boulevard. The purpose of that regulation, of course, is to ensure that if a development, townhome development is embedded in a neighborhood and has to send its traffic through the neighbor, that could be an adverse impact to that neighborhood. Being that we are 100 feet south of Gandy Boulevard and are not adjacent to any other residential areas between our site and Gandy Boulevard, there is 0 impact from our traffic entering onto Gandy Boulevard. And I would just like to point out that once you reach Gandy Boulevard, you are now on a collector or an arterial, and you have immediate, easy access to Bayshore Boulevard, to McGill Avenue, Dale Mabry, and the Crosstown Expressway. You couldn't have better collector and arterial access for a project than this is currently providing. I would also point out that our trip generation analysis showed that our traffic is actually going to be less than what is currently existing on the property today. We will have fewer cars entering the site, and as I indicated, we have ample and sufficient access to an arterial and collector road. The other area of alleged inconsistency is the setbacks. Now, when you look at this map, and some of these notations are a little hard to read, but I'll try and explain. Directly across from Quincy Street, from the site, is an animal clinic. Okay, that's zoned PD. It's a commercial use. It's not a residential use. Behind my client's property and all along the west side of Quincy is CG, which is general commercial. That's a commercial zoning district. So in this particular case, the requirement that we employ RM24 setbacks is implemented on the premise that you're trying to make this a residential neighborhood. You're no longer wanting it to be commercial. But the fact remains, all of the uses on both sides of us, east and west, are commercial uses, and we are providing increased setbacks such that you would say we are sort of meeting this residential setbacks more than halfway. The fact of the matter is, this is really a commercial street, so my client is doing his part to bring a little more residential character to the neighborhood. We are doing everything possible to accomplish the goal of this requirement for increased setbacks for the RM24. And as Ms. Hurtak established, we are very close to meeting all of the required setbacks, and we are not exceeding any height limitations. And finally, I would just like to point out that the townhome project immediately to our west, which exists today, has a 6.5-foot rear setback and a 20-foot front setback. We are proposing a 20-foot front setback and a 10-foot rear setback. So we are actually providing greater setbacks than the only other townhouse development in the immediate area. And I would suggest to you respectfully that we meet the comprehensive plan. We are consistent with the neighborhood. We are imposing no undue hardship on public facilities such as solid waste or parking. And we meet all the other code requirements. And I would respectfully request your approval of this request. I would like to point out, and my client will address this, we have met with the neighbors, and in each instance, the concern expressed by the neighbors was stormwater. And of course, as council knows, we have to meet stormwater requirements. But my client has gone beyond that and has designed this project to exceed the city's stormwater requirements. And I would just like for Mr. Kraft or Mr. Payne to speak to that issue in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mechanic. Who is the next speaker? He said his client is in the audience. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Jeff Kraft, represent the property owner. Just as a follow-up to Dave regarding stormwater, we initially submitted this probably 9-10 months ago, and then that triggered letters from our neighbors just concerned about stormwater. So when we submitted it, our plan that you see was a net increase of roughly 700 square feet of impervious space. And so City of Tampa deemed that de minimis, so we did not have to have a stormwater system. But since we got the response from the neighbor, we withdrew our application, and then we basically came back with a full-blown stormwater system, which it's, per, and Eli's the engineer, per section 11 of 11C of City of Tampa Stormwater Manual. And once we install this system, actually our site will be a net improvement for any stormwater issues in the area. So if it stayed as is, it's X. If we actually develop our proposed structures, it would improve it. So that's basically on stormwater. And then sort of like getting back to some of the setbacks. So the current zoning on the property is CG, commercial general. So if we, we don't want to do this obviously, but if we went CG on this, we could actually build, say, a 4-story office building. That would be 3 stories over parking. Our height on CG restrictions 45 feet. The side yard setbacks on CG are 0 feet. And then the front and rear setbacks on CG are 10 feet. So basically and then sort of like we're going from CG to RM24, which we feel is a down zoning, very appropriate with the area from the Gandy commercial corridor. So once we go to RM24, it's just triggering some of the RM24 type setbacks. So as we look at this, multifamily townhome building is very appropriate, from Gandy going into the single family neighborhood. There's 2 existing structures on site. One's a retail building, the other one's a pretty dilapidated single family home. Total parking for those 2 structures are 4. And then our proposed project, we've got, 2 spaces per unit in the garage, and then we have 2 guest spaces per unit outside, so it's not going to have a traffic impact or a parking impact on the neighborhood. And then to the south of us, we abut an alley. So it's actually like our side yard setback to the single family home to the south of us is actually 25 feet if you add the alley to our 15. And I think that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you very
If you
much,
have any
sir.
questions.
Does the other gentleman have anything to add? Are you part of the presentation, sir?
No, I'm just here for questions, anything on the site or engineering related.
Thank you very much. All right.
Mr. Chairman, we would just ask that opportunity for rebuttal later.
Thank you very much.
We're done with
At this time, we'll take public comment. We have one person registered, Mr. Martin? Is that person online, and then we'll go to in-person?
Purvis Martin might be online.
Okay, all right, then we will go directly to in-person public comment. Who wishes to speak first? Yes, sir, please state your name.
Lawrence Garcia. I've got a,
Sir? Oh, okay. Go ahead, sir, please state your name.
hello, honorable council members. I'm the owner of the property to the north that abuts this property that they wish to develop. Standing stormwater runoff on this property and abutting properties has been a major concern during every rainstorm The land is a little bit lower and the water table is very high. I've installed a sump pump system on my property to stop the water from inundating the building during heavy summer rainstorms. And it's worked pretty good. Sometimes they get a little water in Cook's English Kitchen or English Deli in the back part of the building. It's just a serious problem with standing water and flooding. The corner of Gandy and Quincy, where the parcels are located, during every rainstorm, actually fills with water, floods. There is no city stormwater system in place right now. It's just flows down to Gandy and then floods. I, as a budding property owner to the subject property, believe that granting anything less than the current zoning requirements for RM24 in regard to setbacks, as stated in the zoning code regulations, is unacceptable and will only lead to increased flooding issues for the abutting properties. That's my property and the property to the west. These are both commercial parcels. It will render the property owner's parcel to the west pretty much unusable for future development. Any reductions to the RM24 required setbacks will eliminate too much necessary permeable ground. Requesting to lessen the setback from 20 feet to 10 feet, half of what is required by zoning code, is drastic and does not take the abutting property owners into consideration. Lessening the setback to 10 feet would cause this massive building development project to severely encroach upon the parcel on the west. This will substantially devalue the
Thank you very much, sir.
westerly parcel and cause massive increase in stormwater issues for the abutting properties. I would assume the reasoning for having RM24 required 20-foot setback is for that reason.
Thank you very much, sir. That concludes your time.
I've got more to say. I've got important stuff to say.
Thank you very much.
Can I just close with a couple of minutes?
We only offer 3 minutes per speaker at public comment.
Yeah, I thought it said you extend if you're an integral part of the
This is just the public
situation.
comment.
I abut this property. The guy on the west is really going to be encroached upon by this building without a 20-foot setback, okay?
Thank you very much, sir. Huh? How much more time would you like, sir? Or do you need? Another minute? All right.
Yeah.
One more minute. Set the timer for a minute.
All right, in closing, if this special use request is granted on this non-conforming, non-buildable small parcel of land, which they're squeezing a huge building on, it will severely diminish, damage, and devalue the two abutting commercial property parcels as discussed above, thwarting any future potential highest and best use of the land parcels that currently make up the large commercial parcel.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes. Ma'am.
That's you.
She has 2 additional minutes if these people could acknowledge their presence. Looks like Sandra's the first name. I didn't catch. Oh, is that Sanchez? Thank you. And Adrian What's the last name, sir? Laramie. Thank you. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. Okay, so if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, isn't that like insanity, stupidity? I don't know. First of all, I'd like to point out that 800 acres of commercial and industrial land has been taken from our city over the last 4 or 5 years since, and Mr. Mechanic repeatedly said that everything around it's commercial. This is a commercial street, but yet here we are having a discussion about residential. And I didn't know Mr. Garcia was here today. I think it's really interesting because here is the SU1 from last summer. Guess what? Both times they were declined, last summer and now, for the exact same things. No, sir, you put in a petition for review and then you withdraw it. Sorry.
No.
Driveway access to the south, from South Quincy Street, which is a local street, and then the other one was the setback issues. Now, Mr. Garcia, I talked to last summer. I didn't realize this was the same property until like 30 minutes ago, so please bear with me. I'd like to also point out that these are not people who don't know what they're doing. But yet, there was no neighborhood notice sent out until December the 20th. And the zoning administrator issued their decision 5 days before they sent out the good neighbor notice. You get that? That means they sent out no good neighbor notice. Do you think it might have been because Mr. Garcia and the other folks who were around it, they dropped their first petition for review, and then they don't send out a good neighbor notice until after they get shut down the second time for the exact same thing? Why are we wasting staff's time? We had this discussion a couple weeks ago about the code with rezonings coming back less than a year later with the same crap. I'd like to point out that this gentleman put up a site plan that has no sidewalks on it. It has a 10-foot rear setback. It has commercial across the street, so there's no reason for it not to remain commercial. That was a beauty shop. It had been for years and years and years on this property until these folks bought it and thought that they needed to build a bunch of residential where it's not necessary. And I know the lady who had her shop in there. But I don't understand how you can put in a petition review or a SU1 twice for the exact same thing. I'm sorry, but yeah, we made a little swamp pond in the back. Wait, you made it in the back where it's only 10 foot from the property line? Give me a break. Here's another case of putting 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. I don't get it. The other townhouses on the other side, they're ancient. No, they have no backyard. Guess what? They're always on the market for rent and for sale. They flip. You know why? Because people don't want to live someplace where they have no green space. There's no green space on that lot. And you know what? You guys didn't have anything to do with that crappy plan. But you can control this crappy plan, and you can make sure that these folks aren't flooded out by another crappy plan. It was a crappy plan a year ago when it was put in as an SU1 the first time, and it's a crappy plan today. Now, who they talked to, they may have talked to the other applicants. I don't have their names because I couldn't get it to come up in Estrella. There's also 2 grand laurel oaks on the back of the property. Are they planning on taking those out too? Or is that another request for another day? So then we get multiple things on the same property. We've had this discussion. Why do you keep filing it 2 and 3 different ways to try and get around to come in here? I'm just saying. But why is the good neighbor notice going out 5 days after the zoning administrator made that decision? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be happy to show it to you if you need me to show it to you, because it was on December the 15th. And I called Eric Cotton when I got home from Kentucky, when my mother-in-law passed. I had this letter in the mail, and I called Eric Cotton and said, "What's up with this? Why am I just now getting a good neighbor notice on it?" And he said, "I'm sorry, it must have been overlooked." The department may have overlooked it, staff may have overlooked it, but these guys, give me a break. It works out. The world is full of karma. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Now we go to rebuttal. Wait, is there any additional staff comment? Anything to add? before we go to rebuttal?
I don't know. Kamaria Pettisnaka from the legal department. I don't know if Ms. Marley has anything to add regarding what was just discussed.
Ms. Marley, do you have anything to add before we ask for rebuttal?
Would you like me to address it? The
If you have
situation that
any-
happened?
Do you have anything to add before I ask for rebuttal? Anything else or no?
It was just a staff error when staff noticed that it was the same letter that was issued. It was a denial letter. Told the applicant then did noticing, we retracted the letter, and then when we sent out the letter after noticing was done, it was the same letter. It was both a denial. They're both denial letters.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mechanic, would you like to have rebuttal?
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I really want to emphasize there's nothing untoward about our sending the notice. We sent it when we were told to send it by the staff. Staff may have committed an error. That wasn't our error, and I resent the fact that we somehow are being blamed for that. Secondly, that my client revised the application in order to respond to concerns over stormwater. That was the only reason they revised the application. And again, I resent the fact that somehow by our trying to improve the application, that we are doing something improper. Speaking to Mr. Martin, he is asserting that we are going to render his property useless. I'm guessing what he's thinking is that the city of Tampa is going to issue a permit for this project without any compliance with stormwater regulations, which is obviously not the case. I don't believe city council is within its purview to assume that the city will not follow its regulations and require that proper stormwater be installed on this property. All I could say is my client has designed it to accommodate the stormwater, and we have no intention of building something that does not meet City of Tampa stormwater requirements. I would also just like to point out, given Mr. Martin's vehement objection, that if this application were denied, we could build on the property a much more intense project with setbacks being 10, 10, 10, and 10. So we would actually be compelled, if this application is denied, we would be compelled to build a building with more impervious surface, presenting a greater risk of flooding to the neighboring properties. And we think that makes no sense whatsoever, and my client has done everything within his means to accommodate the concerns of the neighbors, and we would respectfully request your approval of this application today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. What is the pleasure of council? Yes, ma'am.
I move to uphold the zoning administrator's decision in SU 124-05 for the properties located at 4901 and 4903 South Quincy Street because the petitioner failed to provide competent and substantial evidence that specific criteria in City of Tampa Code Section 27-132 that the dwelling and single-family attached should be waived. Mainly, they've provided no competent and substantial evidence as to why these setbacks cannot be met, especially since the neighborhood commercial or neighborhood buildings are commercial. This is a self-created hardship, in my opinion, and they provided no competent and substantial evidence as to why they needed to change the setbacks.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Roll call.
Miranda? Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Viera is absent. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Madam Clerk, that concludes the agenda. Now we go to staff reports. There were a couple of items that were pulled. Item number 48 is the one that was pulled and asked to be first on the agenda. We will follow it with item number 29 and then continue with staff reports. Yes, sir. Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, my concern with 48 is the same as I had with the legal contracts. What happens is that 48 is an open-ended contract with professional services firms, architects and others. And what this does is it enables staff to approve contracts without our approval. And it says that they can only go up to one contract at $100,000. We've seen cases where there were contracts at $99,999, obviously to circumvent council. And there's nothing to prevent them from stacking. They can do 100,000 and another 100,000, so you can just give out different work orders. And so I'm going to vote against this. I think that we need more public oversight, more competitive bids in these cases, and there shouldn't be a list that can just easily be accessed without public scrutiny.
Thank you. Councilmember Clendenin, did you want to speak?
Is there staff here to represent this issue?
Yes, right here.
Can you speak to this issue for us and explain what the position is of the administration?
Richard Mutterback, Director of Contract Administration. These 14 firms represented here, that's going to bring the total of architectural and engineering firms available to the city for these work orders as needed to 328. These are small specialty work orders, typically, and they're project by project, they're individual. This past year, 15 different city departments utilized 45 different firms across 60 different work orders. The average cost of each one of those work orders was about $70,000. And like I said, each one of these work order agreements represent a single project.
So, could you explain for us and the public how us denying this or accepting this either benefits or inhibits the work of the city and benefits the taxpayer in the city?
Well, I mean, these additional firms just gives us a larger pool. Many of these are specialty firms, environmental traffic studies, that kind of thing. It just gives us a bigger pool for availability, because that's what we run up against. The majority of the time is we need someone to perform work, and the industry is so busy right now, no one has the availability. So we open this up twice a year to allow more firms. And like I said, the benefit to the city is that it gives us a larger pool to choose from.
And if we were to deny this, how would that?
Well, then we would have 314 firms instead of 328, and these 14 firms wouldn't have the opportunity to do work within the city.
That's what I was getting. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Justin Vasky, Legal Department. I want to jump in real quick. There's a section of city code that is relevant here that I'd like to read to council. It's section 2-280, which reads, notwithstanding any other provision of the City of Tampa code, no work orders, and these are work orders, for the provision of professional services as defined in the CCNA statute, exceeding $100,000 to any single provider or for any project shall be allowed or permitted with the city unless and until such work order shall first be approved by resolution passed by the city council. So there is some checks here. It's in the code. It's already there. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, that's good.
Councilman Carlson?
What's his name, Justin?
Justin.
What you read, though, is that it's a work order for a project. So if there's more than one project, they can stack them, correct? Somebody conceivably could do 10 $99,999 contracts without coming before city council, right?
So what you're saying is, how do we distribute the work? Is that really ultimately what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about how there are cases that we've seen of we found them through public record searches of $99,999 contracts, and that obviously is an attempt to circumvent public scrutiny. And so my concern is if we had I'm just using a hypothetical, but if the city gave out 10 $99,999 contracts, then that essentially is $1 million without city council approval and without public scrutiny. And I should say, Mr. Motorbach is trying to change these processes. He radically changed them a few months ago. I'm just trying to change them further. And before you say something, the other argument I have is that, yes, there are 300 and something other contracts, but the problem is once we approve these, then staff says, oh, well, you approved them for 5 years or whatever, and you can't go back and undo it because once city council approves something, they can't undo it. We need to just stop this altogether and not allow this kind of thing to happen. But sorry, the question on stacking, they can stack. It doesn't prohibit them from adding multiple $99,000 contracts, correct?
Well, I'm trying to understand. If it was for one project, no, we do not permit someone to
Yeah, it says
stack
in there
10
one
different
project,
projects.
but if there are 10 different projects, they conceivably could give out 10 different $99,999 contracts without any public scrutiny.
Well, under the threshold amount that doesn't go to city council, yes, they could get it.
And
Under
it could be
100,000,
more. It could be
they
more.
could hypothetically do it.
It could be 20 or 30.
But
in
what is the
hypothet-
number of projects do we do, work orders do we issue in a year?
Well, like I said, this past year, 2023, we, I don't know if you'll be able to see that. Let me just move it up.
Anyway, I know Mr. Motorbike is trying to clean this up. My concern is about the past, and, we don't know what, I'm on council for 3 more years, and I want to protect the public beyond that ideally, because we don't know, who's going to be in office in the future, and if they go back to no competitive bids and lack of transparency, then we could end up with a lot of problems like we had before. Thank you.
What does the purple line mean?
So the purple line is dollar amount, and the red indicates number of work orders issued to a particular consultant. These are the 45 consultants across the bottom, and that bottom, I know it's hard to see, that bottom red, that's one. There was only, 34 of the 45 received one, and only 2 firms received more than 2, and those are specialty. One does specialty traffic studies, and the other is environmental monitoring. So it's an equitable distribution, as we're required by law to distribute equitably.
What is it?
Yes, sir.
What is I see some totals here at the end of the blue line to the right. In other words, is this gonna stop something? Are we alone that does this way, or the other cities and counties that do this?
Every city everywhere that I've ever worked has professional services, has.
And what's the largest amount of contract that comes out of one of these? In other words, you give me
What
this
you're-
contract today to fix this paper, all right? And you got 38 or 40 firms.
We're saying we can do up to
different areas, different professions.
Up to $200,000 can be by work order. After that, it has to go through its own, be advertised as its own RFQ. And then up to 100,000 is the threshold that staff can approve.
And if hasn't that come to council before years back and we raised it 100,000 or something?
Yes.
I'm thinking the way back. I've just come to my senses here a little bit. I had to put my computer on. And how many of these are type of emergencies that have to be done right now? Because it happened right now, and you gotta get somebody to fix it right now, whatever it is.
Well, I don't know about emergency, but all of these they're specialty professional services that typically, if they have to go through their own individual CCNA process, that would take.
For the public understanding, explain what it is. Give me a case-like scenario so that they understand.
Well, just like I said, traffic studies. If you're pre-planning capital improvement projects years down the road, you need to do traffic studies, or you're required by, state permits to do certain monitoring, or just any type of specialty, architectural, professional engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical,
All right.
Councilman Quindem.
So for clarification, because one of the things that Councilman Carlson said that caught my ear, but it seems as though you answered it in a satisfactory way. I think us having that oversight responsibility and that fiscal responsibility is important. and the concern about stacking, but what you just said is you are required by state law for equitable distribution. So that would in itself, by state law, prevent like significant stacking so that you couldn't disproportionately award for your most favorable candidate $1 million in contracts at 900, or, you know, right under the threshold. Is that correct? Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay, so state law preempts that concern of stacking, is that?
I don't agree with that, but can you look at the top lines there? What is the total of that? I can't read the number. Sorry, and as I said, yeah, that
So
one.
this is a 295,000. This was AECom. That was two different work orders that would have came before you. One was at the wastewater plant, one was at the water plant.
But conceivably, if those were three $99,000 contracts, they would have been approved. And that's as many as there are right now. But anyway, I'm going to make a motion in new business to address that loophole. But I'm just going to vote no on this, and then
All
we'll
right,
talk about
so, wait, no, there's no motion to close. Councilmember Miranda, you're the alternate in the Public Works Committee. Would you mind moving this item 29?
48.
Wait, I'm sorry, 40. Hold on a second. I have so many notes here.
Yeah, it was on before that, but.
All right, 29 is next. Okay, so 48, yes, sir, you are the alternate. Would you like to move it?
I'll move it, sir.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Sir?
Oh, no, yeah, thank you. I was looking at 29.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no and Kurtek and Viera absent at vote.
Yeah, I was looking at 29 because right there it shows who the alternate is. So, okay, item number 29 is next, Mr. Baird, $6.5 million.
Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. This item is a renewal of a contract with Dallas One Construction for meter, hydrant, and valve installation and replacement. We had 4 bidders in 2022, and this contract is set up for 1 year with 2 one-year renewals. We have renewed 2 of the contractors. This will be the 3rd. Our 4th contractor has declined to renew for a 2nd year. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? You and I spoke by phone regarding this issue, so any concerns I had were addressed. Anybody have any questions or comments? Yes, sir, Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and vote for this, but I think we have a fundamental problem we have to address at some point, not today, but we need to stop the design-build contracts. It gives too much leeway. All the big projects that are design-build end up being 50% to 100% more than they originally were thought of. And I don't understand why we're paying a markup to an architectural firm and engineering firm to do the design. We ought to separate design from build. It takes out inherent conflict of interest when these big firms get 5 or 10% of the overall project. There's no reason. There's no wonder why it goes from $6 million to $121 million. And so at some point I want to take that loophole out, and I think we need to clean up some of these other things. And I know that Mr. Baird and Mr. Mutterback and others are trying in earnest to try to fix some of these things, but we just need to clean up. And it's not stuff that they probably put in place, but we need to clean up some of the loopholes as we go. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
This was a design bid build. This was not a design build. So we did receive bids.
Yeah, you said 4 bids on this one.
Correct.
Okay.
What did you say it was,
sir? Design bid build.
Design bid build,
okay.
yes. So we separated design
Yeah.
and construction on this. And I do want to, if I might, show a picture of what a valve looks like.
Sure.
But I don't think the public understands how big we're talking about.
Not like
So
a
these,
faucet valve.
yeah, these valves are the size of a person. And this happens to be the intersection of Jackson and Ashley. And in this case, we had to put in what's called a line stop to stop the flow, replace the valve, and then restore the entire intersection. It cost us $200,000. So some people, when they think of valves, are thinking about, you know, a valve under a sink or something. And this is just a 12-inch valve. We have valves that go all the way up to 4 and 4.5 feet.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you see it in person, like a box culvert is the size of a bedroom.
Yes.
You know, I mean, so. All right, would you like to move this item 29, sir? All right, motion from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Henderson, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Baird.
Motion
Mr.
carried
Baird, you're
unanimous.
up for 89 and 90, those are 1
80.
and 2.
Yes, 89 and 90, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Eric Weiss.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Eric Weiss, Wastewater Department Director. This is the Bayshore Pumping Station Rehabilitation Project. Give you a background on it. This pumping station was originally constructed in 1955, and it's now in the middle of Bayshore Boulevard, right in front of Monte Carlo Tower and Mason Street. Costs have gone up since we started this project in 2019 for several reasons. One of them is the background of this project is that people don't know that this pumping station is 2 stories deep below grade in the middle of Bayshore Boulevard. In those 2 stories is all our electrical equipment, electrical panels, motors, and pumps. Because of sea level rise and climate change, we could get more hurricanes come through. And if that were to happen, it would flood this pumping station and not allow us to pump sometimes over 8 million gallons a day from that pumping station to the wastewater treatment plant. And in that is some of the cost increases. The backbone of this project is sustainability and resiliency. We want to take all that equipment out and put it in a building above flood. Well, when we got into design, there's been new Corps of Engineer rules regarding the size of that structure. We were just thinking of a normal building maintain 120 miles an hour, but the Corps of Engineers said, no, it's so close to the bay, you have to design this in case waves smash against it. So it ended up being a same building, but a lot bigger. Walls 12 inches thick on piles because you could move the building off its slab. And that increased the project a lot, but it was still the same intent of the project. Second reason, if you ever tried to come out on Mason Street to head north on Bayshore and you're in the median, the existing pumping station is kind of a site obstruction. Well, we tried to address that and move that building about 100 feet south. While doing that, you added a lot of huge copper wires from where the pumps are there to the building. And the third thing is really just inflation. We used originally a 2018 number from other contracts in our pumping station master plan. Since then, supply chain issues, some of these prices have doubled. So all 3 of those combined has increased the price of this contract, but it's still substantially similar to what we wanted to build.
Thank you very much. That's all very fascinating. You said when it was built, you said now it's in the middle of Bayshore, basically in that median area. Did we widen the road since then? Because I've always wondered what Bayshore, I know at the beginning it wasn't, 2-lane north and south kind of thing, but.
Funny you ask. Right outside my office is a black and white picture of Bayshore Pumping Station under construction, and it's hard to tell. I don't think there was, the southbound lanes separated at that time. I think that was added later.
Can you email me that photo?
Absolutely.
Because again, as I mentioned, I like history. Well, I like it because I want to see what was there. So you mentioned Monte Carlo Towers. That used to be Centro Español Hospital, right? Mm-hmm. That's another long history lesson. But so this has had a lifespan since 1955, and now it's due for replacement. So it's lasted almost 70
years. And we think, the sustainability, it'll last another 70 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a major investment. We get our money's worth because my mother, not to make anybody feel old or young, my mother wasn't born yet when it was built. So I know, I did a disclaimer. No, but it's now is this part of the 2016 stormwater capital improvement project?
No, it's the wastewater as part of the pipes program.
Okay.
And as part of that, we did a pumping station master plan, and this was one of the projects.
Because you mentioned, price escalation or inflation and everything else. I know that was a 2016 project. So when we look at addressing flooding, we set aside we allocated $251 million. Everything has gotten much more expensive since. So this is part of pipes. Okay, all right, that answers my questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I missed it. What's the impact going to be on the facility that's there already? Is it going to be
impact to what?
The facility that's there already in front of the Monte Carlo?
So good. So when you're out in that median and you have the site obstruction, we met with Monte Carlo Tower, which they loved, is that's gonna be at grade, right
Okay,
there.
that's what I thought
But
you
we're
said.
actually about 100 feet south. I don't know if you know, there's a generator building there that we did about 25 years ago, but there's a lot of landscape around it. What we'll do is another building just like that at the same height with vegetation around it, but it takes away that site obstruction right in the middle of the road.
But which one was it that was built? Was it 25 years ago that was built? I remember when that was put up, the Monte Carlo people were really angry.
Correct.
You said the new one's gonna be the same size as that one?
Be the same size, but we met with them, had a public meeting, and really, everybody was really supportive of the project for the main reason of getting rid of that site obstruction.
But then it's gonna be in front of somebody else's condo in view, right?
Yeah, but what we showed them, pictures it would be with the same landscape that you see with the generator
You
that's
showed
there.
the people whose view is gonna be obstructed, you showed it?
Correct. We showed all kinds of views at the public meetings.
Okay, and did you all inform the other Bay Shore owners too?
Correct. We had two meetings, one specifically with Monte Carlo, and one, I think it's called the Women's Club up the street, and we invited everybody from Bay Shore Boulevard that could be impacted.
Okay.
Is it going south or north? Because there's the high school right next to Monte Carlo Town.
Correct. So we went all the way up to Bay and all the way down to Euclid and invited everybody.
South or north, 100 feet south or north?
The new building?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 100 feet in the intersection of Mason.
South?
Correct.
So that goes to
Further
the school.
south down the
That goes to
median.
the school.
In front of Holy Names?
No, but it's still, you know where there's a generator building now?
Yeah.
It's actually gonna be about north of there. That's actually about 100 feet.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, so it's north, so it's still, okay,
Yeah, it's still north of the existing generator building, but directly north,
okay.
but still far south of the Mason
The thing
Street.
that you probably can anticipate, the thing is that if you all can go back with another round of communication, it'll just reduce the number of emails and calls that we have to forward to you all.
Yeah.
Because we'll just get flooded with them. And
When you
if,
say we, you mean South Tampa Road.
well, you're gonna get them too, because you know everybody. And so, anything, it'll save you all time on the back end if you don't have to respond to angry people. And so my suggestion is make sure the neighborhood associations are sending it out. And we can talk about it offline, but we should over-communicate so that people know what's going. As soon as you start to put it up, people will start sending emails. But if you tell them in advance that, don't worry, in a few days, we're gonna be putting landscape around it, then it will help. Thank you.
May I get a motion to move 89 and 90? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you very much, sir. I have a goal to get us out of here by 5:30 today.
Morning or?
No, PM.
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 I just want clarity, which
PM.
5:30 do you want?
PM. 1
You know,
hour.
we're not supposed to make jokes anymore.
It's not a joke.
He's serious, very serious. All right, item number 91 is $6.5 million. Brad Baird again. Yes, sir, Mr. Baird.
All right, Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. This item originally was in front of City Council, on the agenda for February 1st for $6.5 million for channel side streetscape and stormwater improvements and other utility improvements. It also included $445,000 for 2 signals in Franklin Street. Those signals, that was removed from City Council agenda. Those signals have been removed from the scope.
Thank you.
And this is a substitute resolution for $6.3 million.
Yeah, we received endless emails regarding those
Yes.
streetlights. And I know Councilmember Carlson is the representative. We all got the emails. And so on the record, the additional streetlights have been removed from the project on Franklin going into Harbor Island.
The signals,
The
street
signals, the signals.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
that is correct.
Would anybody like to go?
Yeah, but that's only for now. I think Mr. Vides in the back, but I think Mobility still wants to put them in. Harbor Island obviously is opposed to it. I think the signals would be in Councilmember Henderson's district, but Harbor Island's in mine. And so we just need to. Yeah, we need
Gotta be
to.
on one side of the street.
We need to think about that. There are some meetings that have been held, but this is a situation where we need to work together because there are a lot of angry people. I've spent a lot of time talking to Mr. Blvd and constituents around downtown about the overall traffic congestion in downtown, and we've got to change the way we do it. We've brought it up several times in front of city council, but these two lights would not fix the problem, and the problem in downtown is terrible. It backs up all the way to Howard Avenue when there are multiple events downtown, so.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Please say
Thank you, Chair. Vic Blvd, Mobility Department, and point taken, Councilman. We will work together. We have a public meeting on March 26th. I've had several one-on-one meetings with many Harbor Island residents, and we've had meetings with some key stakeholders as well. We understand there's a lot of fear and anxiety around these signals with the community, especially given the traffic recently. And we'll put all the facts out there. And I'd also like to add that the community had requested a right turn lane off of Platte onto Franklin, coming off of the Platte Bridge. We're going to put that in even before we do signals or any such thing, and add that signal phase. And we'll share all of that on that March 26th meeting.
And Mr. Blvd and I talk all the time, but please, let's continue that. I don't think it's an information issue, though. I think it's a trust issue. And it's not that they don't trust you personally, but there is a whole backlog of issues as to why they don't trust the city. And so we've got to get past that trust issue in addition to presenting information. And so I just want to end by saying I appreciate both of you and your staff for taking that out, because it makes it easier to prove this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll ask for the substitute resolution to be moved. Do we have a motion? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. I guess it's Mr. Baird. All in favor? Aye. All right. Any opposed? Mr. Baird, are you taking up item number 92 as well?
I am, yes.
All right, so that is a PowerPoint.
I had 6 in a row. So I'm really excited about this update. So I do appreciate Councilwoman Hurtak and Councilman Carlson for, giving us a little bit of time to put together the numbers, because it was pretty tough. This is a pipes update. Give you a real short background. It's water and wastewater capital improvement approved by City Council on September 5th, 2019. So we're in our 5th year of the program. It was for $2.88 billion, 1.4 billion roughly for the wastewater side, and roughly 1.5 billion for the water side. Thank you to the 4 members of City Council that were there, and helped us approve the largest infrastructure program in the City of Tampa history. However, the world changed since 2019 in a very big way, especially associated with the construction industry. You've seen project after project come across with higher costs, some double, some triple. There were supply chain issues. We have transformers and electrical equipment with over 2 years lead time. And then there was labor shortage, and there still is with some of the contractors. So all across the country, everybody is experiencing the exact same thing. So what you've asked us to do is to show what was the original plan based on those 4 2018 master plans, and then how much have we accomplished, and what does that mean going forward? So that's what this presentation is about. We'll take you through how the pipes program has changed, and we'll also give you a briefing on a few of the key projects. And finally, I would like to say that the second part of the motion had a request for a bonding discussion. So we do have Mr. Ruggiero available at the end of this presentation to be able to answer any questions associated with bonding of the program. I will remind you that back in 2019, we set forth if I hope I can get this right, a 46% bonding and 54% pay-go. And that was something that we agreed at the end of the 20 years, that was the goal we were going to achieve. So Mr. Ruggiero did send that presentation that he gave on February 1st. and provided it to city council for reference. And like I said, if you have any questions associated with that, we weren't planning on giving that again, but you have it in hand, and he can certainly answer those questions. And with that, we're going to start with wastewater, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Eric Weiss, Wastewater Department. We can get the PowerPoint going. The backbone of the pipes program was completion of master plans. And actually, the wastewater department kind of had three of them. One, our treatment facilities, we have one wastewater treatment plant, Howard F. Kern Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant down at Port Tampa Bay. We did a comprehensive master plan. Just looking at, just talk about some of the major items. One, capacity. What's the capacity now? What could it be in 20 years? You know, water quality. What are the regulations now? Where could they be in 20 years? And finally, looking at technology, and coming up with, you know, alternative projects and business cases, what fit best for us. All that got put in the master plan. Second one is pumping stations, a lot more straightforward. City has 229 pumping stations located all throughout the city of Tampa. Industry standard says do a major pumping station rehabilitation every 20 years. Then our last item is, let me get that up, sorry. The last item is the actual pipes in the ground. Wastewater department has 1,500 miles of pipe and 30,000 manholes. Over 60% of that pipe was installed before 1970, past its useful life. So that's why it's the biggest number on there of what our expectations were. That was about $650 million. Like Brad had said, what have we done to date? So in the 5 years, in those three categories, treatment plant, pumping stations, and pipes, we have awarded 95 different contracts for $461 million, okay? And my last slide on this, where are we going from here? Believe it or not, on the pipe side, it's only been about a 16% increase above inflation. And really, that's just because if you know our method of cured in place pipe, within 3 days, we can rehabilitate 300 feet of pipe without digging by inserting a fiberglass liner. There's really no moving parts, no equipment, they're in and out. So it hasn't really impacted that, and that's good news because that's our biggest cost center. Where it has hit us hard is the wastewater treatment plant. And we estimate now it's about $181 million more. And I kind of put that as deferred projects. I would like to call it potentially deferred projects. And I highlighted the ones they would be, and that's year 2030 through 2038. And these are newer projects. The way our prioritization was is fix the broken stuff. And we're doing that in the first 10 years. And the last 10 years, these had really good business cases for additional treatment things that throughout the treatment plant to save money, save chemicals, but they were the first ones that would be on the chopping block. But like I said, we're going to look at different things. I want to reprioritize these remaining projects. Maybe there's a better way to do this. You know, look at things. Is there a P3 opportunities for any of these to get private money involved? And the third thing we're looking at is, well, on the pumping station side, we said, hey, rehabilitate these stations every 20 years. Does it give us more money if we say rehabilitate them every 25 years or 30 years? And we could take that money and move it up to these additional costs.
Can you pause right there for a moment? Councilwoman Hurtak, you had a question?
Yes. Can you go back one slide?
Of course.
So this is, you've gone far, but what I don't understand is about how far you are percentage-wise.
Okay, that's about 33%
Okay.
of the total 1.4 billion. So we're 5 years into it. If I could do that math, 25% of the time.
Yes, but
20%.
that's 33% of the money, but I was talking about the projects. Are you also 33% into projects?
Not quite because of that 180 million. But if you, I think we're going to be good at the end by doing these changes that I was talking about.
Okay,
But
so
yes, well, we've spent 33% of the original money.
so about how far are you, not money-wise, but just projects-wise?
Okay,
to-
I mean, I would say it's probably the 25%.
Okay.
Because, you know, it's kind of front-loaded.
Yeah.
You know, we had all these needs, especially at the wastewater treatment plant initially, and that's what we're tackling. And really, in the next 2 or 3 years, the spending is going to go down at the wastewater treatment plant because we'll have fixed all the broken stuff. And all we'll have left is just the general upkeep and any of these new projects that we had identified.
And how far on are you on the cure pipes, the curing in pipes?
Okay. Good
That
question.
was-
So we've awarded over 200 miles of pipeline rehabilitation projects out there. And ironically, over the last year, we're finally starting to see the trend going down. We've been having, for as long as I've been here for 30 years, more and more wastewater cave-ins and depressions in the road, and they've kind of stayed steady or gone up every year. Over the last year, you can start to see them come down. And really, that's 200 miles of our worst pipe in the city.
Well, congratulations on that.
Okay? And I'll be really brief to continue the presentation.
Yeah. Deferred projects.
Yeah, deferred projects. Real quick, I just got 3 of them. Really excited about this one. Completed last month, our first construction project at the wastewater treatment plant. What this does is, byproduct of wastewater treatment is sludge. And we treat the sludge to a degree where we truck it to ranches in Osceola and Polk counties. What this does is squeeze all the water out. Water's heavy, and we have to pay per ton to truck it that far. So it takes for about 6% solids to over 20%. And our operators are loving it so far. They've been at it a month. So they can't say enough good about it. Second project, this is at the treatment plant, and this is our secondary treatment process where we take out the organics in the wastewater. In our business, we call it the carbon. As I said before, it's really a sustainability project. Those are 50 million gallon a day pumps, 7 of them, and it's replacing those and putting them, all the electrical equipment above ground. Why I put it here, it's a 3.5-year project. The contractor's now really far ahead of schedule. We may finish it a year early. And I just talked with them this morning, and the first pump is scheduled to be online in August, right before the worst part of the rainy season. And we're excited about that. And our last project, $83 million Harbor Island Force Main. If you've been on South Franklin Street in front of the Convention Center, we're doing our last 2 months of work to tie in the new force main, and at the mid-May, we're gonna take the flow off the island and put it through the new pipe.
This is fascinating because it's like a science fiction, you know, the tunnel in the ground, and it's unbelievable what we don't see. That's, you know, how our city functions under the surface.
Yeah, so that was an 80-foot deep tunnel
Yeah, no, I looked at
going
other images
underneath
and
all the channels all the way to Port Tampa Bay.
That's crazy, unbelievable. Well, very good. So you have a completion date of now, right on the corner.
Yeah, so this project, doing the final tie-in, we expect to do the final tie-in by the end of April, but by the time our contractor Kimmons will be done of putting the road back, the sidewalks, we're looking at mid-May.
And it's the 3rd longest micro tunnel in the United States.
Correct, of that diameter.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I also noticed when we were at the Women's History Month celebration at the History Center earlier this week that the park has been put back.
Yep.
And it really looks like nothing has happened. It even looks better. The grass is lovely. And so I just want to say that the way that, I mean, truly, you can't even tell anything happened. And I just want to commend you for that, because that was a long project. And I know the community suffered from a lot of the construction going on. So I want to say thank you for that. And thank you for showing all of these projects, and thrilled that there are some that are even, I can't believe, a year ahead of schedule. That is wild. That's the first. I mean, I've heard of a few things ahead of schedule, but to know that these pump stations could be done even sooner is really good news. So I want to say thank you for that. And it sounds like stormwater's coming, or wastewater rather, is coming along okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
One quick thing, without naming names, there are some contractors that once we approve them, we never hear anything about them again or their projects. We don't get any complaints, we don't hear anything. And those names never get mentioned, really. We never have a chance to congratulate them and thank them. And I don't know how you all count that on your score sheet, but I just want to thank the contractors that we don't get any complaints on. There are huge projects like this going on There are other projects where it's just stopping a couple streets and we get flooded with complaints. And so I think we ought to make sure we reward contractors that do a good job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and I will pass that on.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, you're next.
Rory Jones with the Water Department, and I'm gonna follow the same sort of path that Eric did. We'll start where we started, what we've awarded, what we're deferring, and give you some insight to what we're looking to do to help some of those delays, and then give you some insight into some of the projects that we're working on as well. So originally, we were projected to spend $1.5 billion over 4 projects here, with the largest one being that distribution pipeline. And, today we've awarded $466 million of that $1.5 billion, leaving them with us with a little over $1 billion to complete the remaining projects. But as Brad said, our costs have changed, really gone through the roof. And this is really what we're up against at the moment. There in that left column, that's what we have remaining. The second column is the work we have remaining in this program. And this is based on today's construction cost estimates. And I don't believe they're going to hold. I think it's going to continue to rise, and we're going to continue to look at ways to keep costs down. You can see we would end up deferring or delaying up to $488 million in projects. That is roughly, with the distribution pipeline, that is roughly 142 miles of pipeline in today's costs, more than 7 years of work. And that's in today's costs. That could change. And you may ask me, why are we deferring pipeline and not the treatment plant side? And it's really all based on consequence of failure. We've got a higher consequence of failure with anything at our plant. It touches all the water. The pipeline doesn't touch, but a fraction of the water. That failure is higher consequences. And we're also looking at some opportunities to save money. You've approved, and we've been ramping up our construction crew. We're waiting on some equipment there, and we're hoping to further ramp that up over the next 5 years, 10 years, and maybe take a chunk off of that. We are coordinating with mobility and wastewater. Anytime they're going out into the community, affecting the streets, it's a savings for us. We share in that restoration. So anytime there's another department, we're jumping in. We've got infrastructure everywhere. We are hitting the streets. We're trying to gain competition and gain additional bidders to the table. We are pursuing alternate methods of installation. You've seen horizontal directional drilling, pipe bursting. We're doing a swage lining. These are all methods that are a little less expensive because it affects the streets a little less overlay. It results in some savings. We are competitively bidding. You mentioned, Carlson, that the design builds. We are competitively bidding out all those packages to try to keep costs low. Even the ones that the contractors are wanting to self-perform, we're requiring them to to bid those out as well. So we have actually not selected them on some of those and gone a little bit different direction. Let's see, additional things. We're going through a facilities master plan right now. We just went through the CCNA process, and we're looking for every opportunity we can, including, we may have some resources out there, some parcels that could help us, whether through the sale or some creative use of that to be able to help us offset some costs.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. On this slide, I see remaining funds in sustainability, and on the slide before it said, that we've awarded 10 million, and there's 6.5 million left, but there's no remaining work left. That sounds like either a really good savings or choosing not to do certain projects.
Yeah, let me take a quick look at that. So we are choosing not to move forward with some of these projects. These are, there was automatic meter reading that we're looking at delaying a little bit there. The costs were coming in a little bit higher, and that's more of a luxury item. It is a want. We do have some needs here that we need to address. There were some redundancy stuff in the South Tampa area that we chose to do ourselves, so we did save some money there as well.
Okay, so where will that money be best spent then? So the $6.5 million was then reallocated. Where do we have that need the most?
And that's where it was really just all applied back to the needs. And the needs are in the treatment plant side and the pipeline side. The treatment plant first, because you have the biggest operational savings. There's chemical and electrical savings there that pay dividends longer, plus, like I said before, the consequence of the failure. The second priority was just move everything into distribution pipeline. And we're looking to ramp up our construction crew. We're looking at different installation methods. And we do have another potable system master plan that looking to maybe reallocate some of those projects and truth out what those needs were before and is it translating today. So some of those pipelines, we think we can take an alternate method for, maybe not, it's not the lining that Eric has, but there is what's called swage lining. You're basically pulling another pipe inside that. And really going to go back and look at the hydraulic modeling with our potable system master plan to see if that reduced inner diameter affects us negatively, and if we can get away with some of those savings. So we're going to look at that in our master plan as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, sir, Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I have some overall comments I want to make in a minute, but to that lining thing, remember when we sold this to the public, we said that this is a long-term solution. It's like a once in a couple generations solution. So please push back on us. I think the public understands that costs have gone up, but presentations like this help us to be transparent and reset the public's expectations. But if we go in and put a liner in it only extends, I'm making this up, but if it extends the pipe by 10 years, and we could have just waited another year and then replaced it for 100 years, then the public probably would want us to replace it for longer term. So
no, I hear you. So when I say lining, it's actually a same structural strength pipe. It's just a little bit smaller diameter. So you get the same life, 88 years, 90 years out of it with this swage lining. It's just a smaller capacity. And this master plan, we're looking at our overall grid transmission system and looking at those opportunities a little bit harder to see if it does have that negative effect. Our preliminary modeling shows there are some opportunities here. We can save significant money.
I'm going to make a motion at the end of this to have you come back every 6 months if my colleagues will allow that. But I think it would be good to present maps because I'm a visual person, so it's good to see like what's been done and what hasn't. It also helped reset expectations. We've got so many new people moving in the community, they won't know why their roads are getting pulled up and everything. Same thing with stormwater.
I'll support that if you make that motion. Anything else? Anything else, sir?
No, I've got just a couple projects. I'll kind of breeze through them. I know you got the 5:30 deadline here. Let's see. This is our high service pump station. We're getting ready to put the two of our first pumps online in April. This is a project that's really adding redundancy and replacing some 1920s pumps that we keep rebuilding in a modern and efficient building that has built-in redundancy and the ability to really take components out of service and properly maintain. Excited for that. That will be finishing towards the end of this year. The chemical system improvements, we are actively testing bleach or hypochlorite disinfection right now. When we get comfortable with the treatment, we are going to pull the plug on our gaseous chlorine, decommission the rails, and that frees up our, some room to put in the hypochlorite generators. So excited about that. That will finish at the end of next year. It will be much safer as well. Both in the hypochlorite is significantly safer than the gaseous chlorine, and we are converting to aqueous ammonia, which is significantly safer than the ammonia, the gaseous ammonia we're using. And finally, our neighborhood pipeline replacements. We are 100% done with the Forest Hills. We are 95% done with the Virginia Park. We just started McFarland Park this morning with horizontal directional drilling. That was a pivot and course change to save some money. And you can see a little bit of that here in the picture. So as of this morning, they were drilling that first 600 linear foot there at McFarland Park. And East Tampa will start in various communities in East Tampa beginning in August of this year. And more recently, we've engaged the Kiewit team to plant over 200 trees in the McFarland Park and Virginia Park area. Hope to do that even more in the East Tampa area. And with that, I guess I'll answer any additional questions.
Thank you very much. I love this house that you're showing. I know exactly where, that's right there on Central. Yeah, it's a friend of my sister's, but this is one of the very few in this style architecture. It's a bungalow that has Japanese influence in the accents there. So they're in Seminole Heights. I think almost all of them, but they're very cool. So I was at the press conference with the mayor for the McFarland Park.
Yes. I couldn't make it.
Kickoff over in Capaz Park. And it's great because people complain all the time. Road closure because this burst and that, they're happy to see that we're upgrading these pipes. Like you mentioned, we have pumping stations going back to, I think you said the 1920s. You had in Hyde Park when they redid the road there on Swan, there were pipes going back to the 20s. I know. We got a 5:30 deadline. So great presentation. Is that the entire presentation?
That's it. And
thank you very much. And Councilmember Carlson brought up a good point. If we could get an update,
we'd love to do that. Yeah.
More often. So yes, sir. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah. Can we, Susan? Can we book something in September? My calendar only goes to May. Can I put something on September?
You want to do like the first meeting in September and just?
So I'd like to make a motion to have Public Works, how do you want to say it? An update on pipes, a staff update on pipes, every 6 months starting in September 2024.
We have motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Discussion, Councilmember Hurtak.
My only concern about 6 months is just not a lot happens in 6 months. With some of these larger projects, we might see the same project over and over again. So I don't know if maybe a year might be better or 9 months, but I'm happy to do 6 months. I just want to make sure that we're going to be seeing some change.
Let's do 6 months, and if there's not much action, we'll just
We can
delay
do
it.
6 months.
So.
We can do 6 months.
And what date should, I didn't put a date, I said September.
First meeting in September.
First
They
meeting in September.
love coming to city council, sitting here all day. So.
We love talking about pipes.
Was there a second?
Yeah. And then if I could add an amendment, because I loved his idea of the visuals. So if you could come with the visuals of where you've done, maybe the wastewater gets one color and the water gets another, and I would even.
We can do that.
Can you? I don't want to conflate things, but also, where stormwater. Maybe not. Never mind. Sorry. Richard's saying no, don't do that. So, okay, yeah, but just that way we can see. So would you accept that amendment?
Yeah, I want to talk to you guys offline too about some possible slides, but I don't think it has to be in the motion. Well, I'll accept the amendment.
That's fine. All in
I think I'm
favor?
gonna watch my quotas today.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Can I go through a couple other comments real quick?
Yeah, better place to be.
I'll try to go fast. Don't forget, I said this before, but the previous marketing department picked the name Pipes, and the perception of the public is it's paying for pipes. It was, I think you made a great argument about the way you loaded it, but we need to keep in mind that, I really appreciate that you all are transparent about that, but we also need to explain to people that it is paying for pipes and what we're doing. You showed it, but in the consumer communication, we need to talk about that and explain why it's also important to work at the source. My colleagues who are new may or may not remember, but when we approved this in 2019, we took out what was then called TAP and then called Pure. It was originally $300 million. We took it out. And so none of this money has been spent on any part of those projects, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and no plans to do that?
That's correct.
No, but some things, when you start talking about the water treatment plant and everything, the perception of the public is that it's being set up and paid by pipes so that we can reduce the cost of toilet tap later on. So it just helps with that. And then the number that, again, this is not a criticism, just for transparency, the number that the increase in budget was like 488 million for potable water.
For water.
And then what was
180 something for wastewater.
So that means we're about 500 and something million over budget.
600, yes.
About 600 million over budget. And what percentage is that based on?
Well, that would be, yeah.
20%. CFO just said 20%.
Yeah.
Okay, I think as you all are presenting, it would be a good idea to show, where we started and then maybe their waypoints along the way. And it's okay to tell people that costs went up. People understand about inflation, but we just need to make sure that we're asking the question, that we're being good custodians of the money, and remind them of what they all agreed to pay. And then so it's about $600 million over budget. How far behind are we on the schedule?
We're actually right on schedule, if not a little ahead of schedule.
But when you count the deferred things that would have been done, if not for the.
That's actually projecting out in the future. Our deferrals is looking out into the future. Right now, we're on schedule. We're going to run out of money before that end of that 20
Okay,
years.
so right now you're on time for all the projects you had promised to do by this.
Get ahead of it and recognize it here and
Okay.
do something different.
Yeah, if you could update us on that too, that's great. And you went into detail about some of the definitions. All right, and sometimes I criticize the administration, but this was not an idea of city council. This was an idea of staff and the administration. And I thought it took real guts the first few months of this administration, the last term, to propose something like this because, as the mayor said, it's not something that people see. It's in the ground. They see their streets torn up, but they won't. All that will happen is they'll have more reliable service, but that's not something that people really experience. And so I appreciate the administration for pushing this forward, and I think the public, for the most part, is happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. We're really lucky to have all of you. I respect you a lot. You do great work. Everyone that presented and the folks behind you, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, staff to provide an update if it's still necessary to shut down downtown roads. I see a gentleman from TPD. No, it's Mr. Vide.
Afternoon, Chair. Vic Vide, Mobility, and I'm joined by Major Mills with TPD as well. I'll just start us off, and then if there are any questions, we'll address it.
Thank you.
This is a follow-up on the previous motion regarding traffic in the downtown area, which has increased significantly as Water Street Phase 1 has come online and our city continues to be more successful with more special events. I'd like to start by saying that some of this traffic is to be expected. When you have that kind of intensity in development in downtown, where none existed before, a lot of these were just empty lots, there is competition. And most of the traffic typically happens with people looking for parking in the proximity of the destination they're trying to go to. That's one part of the challenge. The idea overall from early planning stages for Water Street's phases 1, 2, 3, even gas works and other parts of downtown is to disperse traffic through the grid. And for that, there are 3 things that we've been working on, and these are ongoing. I'd like to emphasize that we're at 1/3 of the network through. One is to complete the grid between the Channel District and the downtown core. And to that end, we've got Thea working on Whiting Street and relocating a ramp that will take traffic off of Channelside onto Meridian where there is more capacity. That's just the first phase. Under interlocal agreement that we have with Thea, the next step would be Washington Street, which will also connect all the way through. The city has a project on Twig Street that's currently in design. We're just going through the selection process right now because that connects the river with the channel. So this will establish a much more robust grid system where today really you have Channelside and then to the north you've got Twigs, but Twigs isn't fully functional in terms of connecting from different places. So that's the first part, is the future grid, the future network, if you will. Now, when it comes to parking, as part of Water Street Phase 1, there was a parking garage planned on Cumberland Avenue. And the whole idea, again, was to move traffic from Channelside through the system and move it to Cumberland, a lot more to Cumberland. Well, that garage didn't happen as part of Phase 1. It is happening as part of Phase 2. It will be in the southeast corner of Morgan and Cumberland. Estimated, and this is a private garage, of course, 12 to 1,600 spaces. And what that will do is naturally have people move towards where parking is already available rather than being in the area. And that's also a learning curve. It's not, what we're seeing is not surprising, although it is very impactful. It does create additional delays, especially when we have these special events. So that's about network changes. Short-term solutions, because a lot of these things will take about 5 years to happen. So we had an MOT plan, which was more or less outdated because it was meant for a different type of downtown, a different type of network. That has been evolving. We've been working across all partners, TPD taking the lead, but we work with SPP, the arena through VSG, Thea, FDOT, Mobility, Convention Center, and all other departments as well. We meet on a regular basis to look at what we can do. So on that, SPP has more recently developed a new MOT plan that we believe will work pretty well and will do or mimic during these intense special events what ultimately we want the natural street system or the grid to do. And this plan involves shutting down Channelside Drive during major arena events 3 blocks in front of the arena. This sounds drastic, but in reality or in action, what it will do is the traffic coming up east on Platte or north on Bayshore will be forced up Florida. Now, if you're going to Harbor Island, as I mentioned earlier, on Franklin and Channelside or Platte, there will be an exclusive right turn lane. So this will naturally make it easier to get onto Harbor Island, while the rest of the traffic will be pushed back up Florida Avenue. The reason I feel this will work well, I haven't seen all of the modeling numbers yet, is because if you just look at sheer volumes, any given rush hour, morning or evening, we have a lot more vehicles that go through the downtown system than that go only for special events. And they all use Florida. 33% of Florida Avenue's traffic is cut through or passed through. Their destination is in downtown. So pushing folks up through the grid, up on Florida, what it does is, one, exposes that traffic to more parking opportunities, higher volume parking opportunities, where today the inclination might be to go east and Channelside right in front of the arena and then look for where they want to park. It also moves people to structured parking, which is higher capacity than just surface lots, which is where a lot of delay happens as well, queuing, partly because of limited access points and such. So I feel optimistic about that plan. We look forward to implementing it around special event season. This year itself, we'll do some dry runs and things like that. As part of that Cumberland garage construction, at Morgan. We will also work with Thea. In fact, we have a workshop coming up with Thea and SPP to see if we can two-way Broreen Street. So half of it, which is the Cumberland portion, is already two-way. We'd look at two-waying it all the way to Ashley. The biggest beneficiary of that two-waying is going to be, one, again, activation of the grid. Right now, if you come down Tampa Street off of 275, you get to Broreen, your only option is to go through that S-curve to get on Franklin, which is also a major pedestrian corridor.
Yep.
Or TPD sometimes, if the traffic gets too much, has to force people off across the river and come back around Little Bay Shore. So by two-waying Broreen, it gives more options and better connectivity across the board. It calms traffic as well. Some of that capacity is not needed, especially west of Morgan. So all of these things are in the works, and they have different timeframes. The first and the most immediate is going to be a better and more impactful MOT plan. As far as closure of roads immediately around the arena itself are concerned, I mean, that's national practice around every arena in the nation. It's done for security reasons. If there are questions specific to that area around the arena, of course, Major Mills is available to answer those. But at this point, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, one of the bottlenecks that I observe, it's pedestrian related, stopping traffic, and that's a reference backing up onto Bay Shore, like you referred to all the way to Howard. So coming off into Platte, transition to Channel Side, there's a lot of pedestrians going from north to south to go to the convention center or to the arena, and we stop traffic, and there's plenty of capacity road-wise in front, but traffic is stopped for an inordinate amount of time, specifically at the Franklin, I guess it's still Platte there, is it still Platte or Channel Side?
Part, yeah.
At that intersection. Is there any plans to do pedestrian overhead pedestrian walkways or to keep that traffic flowing? Or is there other ways that we could funnel pedestrians to be able to keep that traffic moving coming north off of Bay Shore under the convention center?
So overhead pedestrian bridges really don't work. And we have a handful of them, but national data is very clear on that people don't use pedestrian bridges. They'll just find the easiest way to walk. And that easiest way to walk is, the term is desire lines, so you kind of follow the desire lines, and you design better for them. And again, right now, a lot of this activity or this kind of blockage is because both vehicles and pedestrians, most of which drove in to downtown. So they're all drivers as well, kind of experiencing it differently on their way to the arena, are all concentrated in a small area. Moving traffic and creating better grid systems for alternate means to park as well as get to will keep things moving a little bit better. So are actually a lot better than they do right now.
I mean, clearly that backup now we start talking about, the issues with the ambulances going to the hospital and everything else as the traffic backs up further down on Bay Shore. It just seems like, I don't want to say that we're giving the pedestrians the advantage of, preferring the pedestrian crosswalks over the cars. But is there a way of funneling the pedestrians so that we could move them en masse across these roads so that we get to keep the roads open for longer periods of time to keep the traffic moving?
That's a really good point, and there are, like vehicular capacity, there's also pedestrian capacity. So wider sidewalks and wider crosswalks at critical intersections will move more pedestrians in the same amount of time. So we've been working with Representative Pittman, and I believe that it's in the budget that is hopefully being approved in Tallahassee, some monies to study how we can improve some of these intersections. Unfortunately, we do have to study initially to see where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck. Generally, we know what those locations are, and then to scope out what these locations will be. But Franklin and Channel Side will definitely be one of those. Beneficial and Channel Side would be another one as well, with minor adjustments to the crosswalk by Garrison Lot that lot creates a lot of traffic and
Right.
backs up into the intersection. So
Yeah.
there are a lot of friction points here, and of course, as with anything that is, practically rebuilding one part of downtown, Phase 1 didn't go exactly per Phase 1's plan because there's both private and public considerations, but we're adapting and moving the entire vision forward.
Maybe when we get that streetcar extended, more people use the streetcar and not be walking.
Yes, on that note, and that's a very real thing. Extending the streetcar creates a many-to-many relationship between parking facilities and destinations downtown. So as we activate more destinations and we have natural activation of additional parking facilities, it doesn't just serve as an urban circulator. There is a very strong case to be made that it will actually help exactly. And then it becomes a significant transit feeder as well. So the more live, work, play happens downtown, which is happening and will happen, we're fortunate in that regard, the stronger the case for the streetcar extension.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. When I hear about a new parking garage, I just have to say it because I have to have the moment. That would be a great place to put a fire station. So I hope, I know, but I hope that some conversation can be had with SPP about that sort of location. That's the perfect place to put a fire station.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, we can put the fire station underneath the garage that's the Channel District garage. I have to have another conversation with the port, but that argument was shut down by one phone call, not by a real inquiry. So let's keep that back on the table because the study says that it should go in the parking lot of Sparkman Wharf. They don't want to put it there, but it can easily go underneath. The bottom of that place was built for it. Anyway, thank you all for doing this. It is something that is an ongoing issue, and Vic and I talk all the time, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time on this. But I agree with Councilmember Clendenin. And Vic and I had this conversation. I aspire to the same things that Vic and the mayor and others aspire to, that we would have a city where it's walkable and people can ride bicycles and everything. But we can't just flip to that overnight. And the way the prioritization is happening is that, and there are two spots that crossing underneath the convention center, and then at what's the other one, Florida, by the Pamela River Garage, and those are the 2 points where people are trying to turn right, and because of that, the traffic gets backed up all the way. The left lanes are clear once you get underneath the convention center, and so I know Vic's been working on that, but it doesn't mean, if we clear that, it doesn't mean that we're anti-pedestrian, but we've got to find a longer-term solution to get people across there, and so please work on that. But also, Vic, you and I talked about this, but why can't we just take up the police intervention and just let the lights work the way they are? Because what I see is it confuses everyone. If they're shoved down the wrong direction on a street, even when I leave here, I try to go that way to get to Bay Shrine, I get shoved all the way back here, and then I get to go back around. Why can't we just leave the roads open and let the lights run in by themselves?
That's a good question. May I defer to Major on that?
Sure. Good afternoon, Council. Rich Mills, Tampa Police Department Special Operations Division. To answer your question, Councilman, is that we relied a lot on Vic's group to come up with MOTs, traffic plans and whatnot. When you look at a special event like Amalie Arena or the Tampa Convention Center, when you're bringing in thousands of people all in at one time, there has to be a plan set up for that ingress to properly put everybody in and get them in place. And then at the end of the event or whatnot, we have to have the proper egress. So unfortunately, we would love for that to happen, trust me. But in speaking, unfortunately, we have to have those ingress and egress. And a lot of people don't really pay attention to light cycles or cones for that matter, or barriers. They move them, they go around them, they run lights, and quite honestly, they don't care about a pedestrian. So that's for the public safety side of things, unfortunately, we have to be there in order to make it a safe environment for not only the pedestrians, but the people that are coming to and from their homes, traveling through downtown, or coming to and from the event.
I'll talk to you, Vic, about this more online. I appreciate both of you doing this. I know the Lightning are trying to create a pedestrian corridors and things, and all that's going to change the whole way everybody gets access to all of it. But we need to continue to notify the public, because it's not just Harbor Island, it's also the people living in condos and apartments and all these new buildings, and people trying to get in and out around downtown. So appreciate all the help.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have ideas for garage-sized parking spaces. Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon, Council. Last but not least, Stephen Benson, City Planning. I'm joined by Jonathan Scott with Mobility, and then if he's still on the line, Mr. Cotton in Land Development Coordination, as well as Mr. Bruce Allen from Solid Waste. Could we bring up the presentation, please? This motion is related to the preliminary ideas for garage-size parking spaces, specifically making sure that cars have space to open doors inside the garage. I did have some subsequent conversations with the motion maker and got together with staff, and we've pulled together this just initial information to help respond to the motion. And then Jonathan has some specific recommendations related to the ideas portion. So off-street parking space standards are contained in Chapter 27. This is the table that provides the standards for the dimensions for parking spaces. In looking at parking space size within a garage versus outside a garage, there's not really a difference to it. So the standard dimension there that you see for a single space is 9 by 18. So for two spaces, a double car garage, it would be 18 by 18, putting two of those together. However, the issue that I think the motion is trying to pin down is that in parking lots, you have to account for door swing, and the door swing goes over the line. So putting the wall at the line means you're going to end up with a situation on the right, which is the door actually can't open even though the car fits and there's adequate clearance to get in and out. So the second item that aspect of this is specifically related to a question about the solid waste bins, especially in terms of when they're stored inside the garage versus outside the garage. Is there adequate space being set aside to make sure that the bins aren't going where a car is supposed to go, and then the cars are overflowing into the street? So I'm not going to read the actual information in terms of what the technical requirements are, but essentially for all new construction, major renovations, and/or change of use for any use shall provide facilities for the central storage of solid waste within the lot. Solid waste facilities may be located inside or outside of a building, shall contain equipment and necessary space that is compatible with the city's mechanical solid waste collection system, and be designed and placed in a serviceable and safe, accessible, approved location. The size of the solid waste bin, the space that's required is 5 feet by 5 feet. And that is something that's addressed through the site plan review process. I'm going to pass it over to Jonathan to talk about that process specifically, and then some of the ideas that he has for addressing the dimensional criteria for garage size.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, Mobility Department. Yeah, for the solid waste, when we look at residential uses, we're typically looking at having them either set aside some room in the garage, or they can have an option of putting an enclosure in the yard somewhere, and they can do either or, but if they put it in the garage, we recommend that they have a little bit bigger. And long story short, a good rule of thumb for a 2-car size garage, like we were discussing, like, 2 9 by 18 parking spaces next to each other, so that's 18 feet wide. If you try to make that garage 18 feet wide, as we were talking about before, you pulled the 2 cars in, you'd have to jump out the windows to get out, if you recall that story. So talking to many architects, a good rule of thumb for a 2-car garage would be 20 feet by 20 feet. And I've talked to many of them that have lots of experience building many houses. And I even ask them, what if the garage is smaller than that? And they're just like, oh, we just don't do that, And it's just not a good idea even. They don't even consider it. And then, so what we recommend is, a 20 by 20 minimum size. And if they were gonna install the solid waste bin inside the garage, then we'd say, okay, make it 22 feet in length, save a lot of extra space. And that's basically the recommendations that we had. And if you want to take it from there.
Yeah, just to go back to the slide deck really quickly, we looked at 3 of the cases, I think that this came up. For this first one, and the reason is because I think the discussion when this came up was that this would be a Chapter 27 requirement. However, the Chapter 27 standards could obviously be waived. And so what we wanted to show you here was the history of the findings from staff, which are reflected in the inconsistency note, and then the actual council decision. And just to kind of cut to the chase, the reason why we're showing you that is because part of the recommendation is for this to actually be a technical standard that cannot be waived. So it would not go in Chapter 27. However, all of the standards I've shown you thus far are all in Chapter 27 already. You know that we're going through a code reform process, and we'd like to true some of this up and really kind of take a step back on the whole land development code as a whole, and sort of reevaluate some of the philosophy behind what's in there and what's not in there. So we'd like to sort of use this opportunity to take Jonathan's recommendation and determine through the code reform process where this specific request should go. So we can come back and bring you a specific recommendation in terms of the next steps, but we want to first make sure that we're on the right track, and this is what you were asking us to do in terms of a recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is what I was looking for. And I know that we're going through code reform, but I also know that this is something we don't want to wait 5 years and then have all these unusable garages. So yes, I think, at least for me, this is on the right track. I appreciate it, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for adding your expertise, and I think this is exactly what I was looking for.
I agree. Yes, sir?
I think this goes hand in hand, which I know you submitted the report, which we accepted on item 95 about the aisle style development. And I mean, this is all kind of goes in the same way, and you've got the next steps and that we're going to continue to pursue. For people that are listening, this is not the end of it. We're working, the staff is working hard to rectify these situations and build a better code for better construction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Item number 95, we've already received and filed. Okay, can I get a motion to receive and file 95? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor? All right, item number 96, we took care of. Item number 97, Ms. Zelman, you are here.
Where else would she be at 5:15 on a Thursday?
Not here. Well,
I won't answer that. Good afternoon, Andrea Zellman, City Attorney. So in this motion, you had asked me to prepare an ordinance requiring that agenda items be automatically continued for a week if the full presentation and backup materials are not placed in the online public database as of 5 p.m. the Friday before. And I sent you all a memo proposing that I thought it was more appropriate that rather than do an ordinance, you simply amend your own rules, because you may not have realized, because I didn't really realize until I went back and looked at them, you already have a rule in your rules of procedure that says all petitions, communications, staff reports, resolutions, ordinances, and other matters intended for consideration shall be filed with the office of the city clerk on or before 2 p.m. on the Thursday prior to the meeting of the city council. So really, all you're asking now is to add consequences if that rule isn't followed. So I offered a suggestion that you could add language such as, quote, failure to submit a requested written staff report in sufficient time for it to be published with the draft agenda on the Friday prior to a scheduled meeting shall result in an automatic continuance of the item to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Couple of things. I thought it was important to make sure that for purposes of this automatic continuance, we're only talking about staff reports, because everything else that is on your agenda, all the consent agenda items, that already, as part of the agenda creation process, everything has to be uploaded with, you'll never see a resolution approving a contract that doesn't have the contract attached to it, for example. And then also, we need to accept out quasi-judicial, because of course, you're gonna have people showing up at land use hearings wanting to present things in the record that night, and we wanna make sure it's clear that we're not capturing that. So that's why I limited it to staff reports, which I think was the intent of the motion. And then in terms of doing it as a rule rather than an ordinance, as I pointed out, you still have transparency because the resolution approving your rules has to be presented at 2 different meetings. So the public would have an opportunity to speak on it. Rules are solely within your purview to enforce. An ordinance, is a matter of citywide law, typically is enforced by code enforcement. I mean, you can have an ordinance saying that something could happen, but again, since this is governing your city council meetings, it just makes more sense to keep it in the rules. And then finally, having it in your rules gives you the opportunity to waive it. There may be a situation, for example, Marty and I were talking about this, where you walk in and there's a room full of people that have shown up to talk about an item, and the staff was a day late getting the PowerPoint put together or whatever, and maybe council will, in that situation, want to go ahead rather than make everyone that's there have to come back. So again, just having it in a rule then allows you to waive your own rule. So
Mr.
I'll
Chair, I'd
stop.
like to, just to save time, I'd like to move to add the recommended language into the rule book.
That's it?
And do you want to adopt exactly
the
my
language-
recommended
the language
language,
you
or do you
recommend.
want to have Marty consider whether?
I'm okay with the language
Well,
you.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Henderson had her microphone, then Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, just in talking to staff, I wanted to get to the bottom of this particular item because, in some instances, staff are working on it up until the last minute, and I can hear up here, okay, well, we just got it, the day before the meeting, and that's of concern to, some members of council. But I wanted to dive a little deeper, and I realized that it's because they are still working up to the last minute to get the information that we've asked for in the time frame that we've asked for it. So it's kind of like the kid during their homework and finishing up their book report the day before it's due.
Oh, I did that.
And so, but it's also, what we should take into consideration is that our staff has a lot of things to do. And that particular item that we're asking for is addition to some of the other things that are happening within their particular office that has deadlines. So I just, feel like we do have the rule in place, and if it needs to be continued, then so be it. But I understand that the public is here to talk about it. And maybe we should just provide a little grace, or staff should ask us to is there a way where staff can say, we're not ready? Can there be something written in our rules where the staff has to say maybe days in advance that they're not ready, so it's not on the agenda for the public to see it, or that it's taken off the agenda? Or is that something we have to vote on?
Yes, Councilman Shelby.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah,
No,
we're
there are
just
other
having
council members, I
discussion.
want to hear.
Yeah,
I
but
think
we're
We're in
talking-
discussion,
discussing.
They're in discussion.
Correct.
Yeah, unless you want me to address that.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just,
Well, I'm going to be coming back. I can add, there are other rules that have not been formalized yet that council has already made a motion on. For instance, the one is the no reconsideration of comprehensive plan decisions.
Yeah.
Because I was waiting for this to become, and we had, of course, this special discussion meeting in December, and now we're coming back in April with it. So yeah, it's council's pleasure. With regard to this, I just want to share with you, and I've had this discussion with the chief of staff, what constitutes staff report? If it's somebody who's putting together a PowerPoint to help with their talking points, but it doesn't have data in it or anything necessarily that way, and that's late, but but all the other information is provided, does that then warrant a continuance? It gets down to exactly what it is, and the question now is, if it's for staff reports, this administration has upped the game in the sense that everything seems to require a written staff report, but sometimes reports or information don't necessarily require that. And the way you could see how sometimes the administration works, it goes from, through, and to. It's a process that is very staff intensive. So, and certainly my concern is council does not want to penalize staff for being forthcoming and putting in all this work.
Right.
Because that's counterproductive. It'll probably end up, the pendulum could swing the other way. So if you want to discuss this during the rules, I don't have a problem with this coming in, and I want you to know that I appreciate the city attorney's recommendation, because I too also believe it's appropriate to not have this as an ordinance, but to have it in its council's rules over which it has control, because you don't want to be in a position where I have to say to you, I'm sorry, this room is full, but you have this ordinance, it's law, you have no discretion. So that's why I appreciate Council Member Carlson wanting to do that. If you want to make that motion, I could bring that back with everything else on the discussion.
I've already made a motion to approve it now.
Okay. You want to approve it now? Well, it's not, you can't approve it now, because in order to take effect, it has to be within a resolution, which has to be read at 2 regular meetings, the first, and then, it'll come back as a resolution. If you want that done, I could do that, and then it'll take effect in May anyway. So
it doesn't change the timeline?
Council.
It will change the timeline by a few weeks, but I think the administration has gotten the message of what the intent of this rule is going to be.
Thank you. So for me, if I make a motion, it's on my calendar, our office reaches out at the halfway point. How are you doing on it? Do you need more time? And then, so I then expect that if staff needs more time on a motion that I've made, that they come and tell me, and I'm happy to move things. I have no problem with it. I would rather have it right and done. So I have no problem. I think this rule will be fine, but I think if we ourselves take it upon ourselves to reach out to the staff for whom we make a motion with, and that staff feels comfortable reaching out to us and saying, hey, I'm not quite done. We had a busy this, or I have more information. Can we move it? That has been very successful for me. I do think that this rule could work, but I also know that for me, it has also been a communication and a building of working with staff to make sure that motions I make are ready. And if they're not, then absolutely I want them continued. Because I'm also a person who likes to prepare ahead of time.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I do the same thing. We talk to staff, and very often, the ones that I make the motion on, you'll see staff are the ones that are initiating the continuance because I talk to them in advance. But there are other cases where, how do I say this? Staff give me the indication that they were instructed not to load things onto the database until the last minute. And the public needs a chance to review certain documents and in addition to us. And if staff need more time, then we should. Like the housing, we should delay it. Like the housing one last week, I thought it was not completely done. I wish that the staff had more time. Unfortunately, because of the schedule, we couldn't continue it. If it was just a regular item, I would have tried to continue it because I thought we needed more time. We got it like a day and a half in advance. I would make a motion that Marty would bring this back as a resolution for first reading.
So you're taking the motion off?
He told me I can't make the other motion to approve it today.
Well, you can make the motion to approve it today, but it doesn't take effect today. It has to come back in the form of the resolution.
Yeah,
just like the issue. And I wanted to combine everything because to make it a comprehensive change, because every time I do a resolution to amend the rules, it ends up, if you ever take a look at, it just ends up getting longer and longer and longer. I make just to think comprehensive.
Yeah, so you want to add it with 99?
No, if he wants to do it, I could do that and bring back the one with the issue of the reconsideration of comprehensive plans, because that's also being held in abeyance.
But you're supposed to come back on April 4th.
Yes, at which point you will be presented with a menu of potential changes substantial, substantive changes to the way you run your meetings, based on my conversations with not only council, but also staff have had suggestions. And the thing is, some of them may actually contradict one another. So it's a matter of council deciding which direction it wants to go. And then contradictory. What?
I would like.
You like the contradictory?
So that we can move this faster, I'll make
Yes,
the
please.
motion to add this to the April 4th list for consideration.
Do you have a second? Second from Councilmember Henderson, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Zalman.
you.
All right, the last item on the agenda is item number 100, council to provide suggestions on an appointment for the Hillsborough River Board Technical Advisory Council. So I sat on that board for 4 years, and
You mean for one of us to?
is this for a city council member to
No.
represent the city, or this is for Mr. Formica, who had left the
Mr.
board, right?
Formica wishes to step down after, I guess, about 10 years.
He already has.
So I know a gentleman who actually lives on the river, who kayaks on the river, who picks up trash, and is a very good steward of keeping the river clean. Should I divulge his name? I haven't talked to him yet.
Well, if you
but
haven't talked to him.
I haven't talked to him. He lives right off Nebraska Avenue, and he cares
come
very
here.
much. Huh?
He's come here before.
Are you
He's
thinking
come.
about Rod Hatch?
You're not supposed to say his name.
I haven't had a chance to call him either,
He is.
but you should go for it.
But he is fantastic.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
reached out to all of us,
He's
so.
right there, and I think he would be great. I'll call him personally if it's all right. I know him very, very well. I think he would be a
also-
fantastic addition.
Should we advertise it to the community, or is it supposed to be something from us?
It's from us.
From us.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we make the appointment.
RC?
Yeah, Mr. Formica was on the board for how
I
long?
put I think he was been 30 years.
Well, why did he give it up?
Because
He retired.
He wants to breathe air. He wants to drink the water. I look at it all the time, measure it.
So if that's all right, I'll reach out if the council is good with it.
Yeah.
Make it happen, number one.
And also, I can provide your office with the contact information over at the River Board staff, so they can inform him of what it entails.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
That concludes our agenda. I have a, yes, sir?
Combination, can I put?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna do mine. You go. You
Okay,
go,
I'm
you go.
sorry. I'd like to make a motion to present a combination to Joel Souza, Urban Planner 2, with the Planning and Development Department Growth Management. Mr. Souza served the city for 35 years, and if possible, I'd like to make it on Thursday, March 28th.
Second.
You wanna do it here in person?
Yes.
All right, it's, March 28th. Okay.
Is that March 28th?
Yeah, we have two commendations, or, no, I'm sorry, we have one commendation, one presentation, so that's good. Councilmember Miranda with the motion, second from?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Clendon, all in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
That's it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Henderson?
Nothing from me, Chair,
Councilman-
except to just say, it is Women's History Month.
Yes, and tomorrow is International Women's Day.
Yes, and the 16th, the 15th and 16th councilwomen are sitting on the stairs.
And I love all women, no matter what day it is.
So happy Women's History Month to all the women in the city of Tampa.
I second that. And,
That's it.
real quick. I am who I am today because of the women in my life. And if it wasn't for them, I'm serious, if it wasn't for my grandmother, if it wasn't for my mother, my sister, my wife, who knows where I'd be. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
else, that's all.
Yeah, well, Councilmember Clendon.
I have two items. First, as we all know, and I'm sure everybody's excited about, we have, speaking of Women's History Month, we have women's soccer coming to Tampa, and they are setting up a temporary stadium at Blake High School. Their first match is in August of this year, but they have an issue because they are a sports team playing on public property. They have an issue with the liquor license and all, and we don't want a wet zone, Blake High School. But they can only do 3 special event permits because of their technicalities. So I would like to make a motion to direct staff to work with the Tampa Bay Sun Football Club to address their request for temporary alcohol sales and bring back language for the January LDC cycle.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendon, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, secondly, I am excited to say that we are rapidly moving forward on our filling the position of budget analyst for Tampa City Council. Staff has finished tabulating the rankings by council. As been previously communicated, we will invite the top 4 to be interviewed directly by council. Those 4 candidates are Melissa Jones, Hager Kopeski, Regina Seward, Chi Ming Jimmy Wu. So those are the 4 candidates. The final selection of the city council budget analyst must take place during a publicly noticed meeting. I recommend that council schedule a time when the candidates can present themselves to council and members can ask questions regarding the position. All 4 candidates live in the Tampa Bay area. There's 2 options to do this. Option number 1, schedule the interviews during regularly scheduled council sessions. As we all know, all of our council sessions are jam-packed. But those options would be March 28th, which we have 9 staff reports and unfinished business items. April 4th, we have 10 staff reports and unfinished business items. April 18th, we have 8 staff reports and unfinished business items. Option 2, which I think is probably the preferable, it has to be public. The council chambers is available on Monday, March 25th, or Tuesday, April 2nd.
March 25th.
March 25th would be probably preferable because everybody wants to expedite this as we're getting towards the, to hire this, yeah.
I went to get my phone, because I knew you were.
Yeah, I don't have my calendar, but,
What time?
yeah.
Well, we could do it early, or we could do like a normal 9 a.m. meeting on either one of those dates.
I can do 9 a.m.
Yeah. Lisa, do I have anything on March 25th at 9 a.m.? And she'll appear magically. So you're good, Councilman Carlson? You're good, Councilmember Clendenin?
Yes.
That's a Monday.
Yeah, March 25th, I have 3 things on my.
Yeah, I'll have to move a couple of things, but I can do that.
Lisa, am I open March 25th at 9 a.m.?
What's the other date?
Council member Vieira
April
is not
2nd.
here, so we don't know what his schedule is. We have an absent council member.
Oh,
Yeah, I would have to move much to do, but I will move it. I mean, this is a priority for me, so.
I have movable doctor's appointment, so I
Okay,
can't,
yeah.
or unmovable doctor's
So March
appointment. So
26th,
yeah,
25th.
the 25th.
The 25th is
I
enough?
said I had 3 events that day, so I definitely can't do it.
All right.
Oh.
How does April
Just like
2nd
Kurtik has
look?
a doctor's appointment, I have 3 things on my schedule. It means the same thing, that it can't be done.
How does April 2nd look?
April 2nd?
Kurtik can't do it on the 2nd.
No.
Oh.
So do we want to add them to our regular council agenda?
Or,
do
I mean, can people do an evening meeting instead?
was the council chambers open? I thought one of them was.
Can I ask you, in terms of process, why can't we do it the way we did the CRA managers, where we just individually meet with them and they stack up a whole day and we can, or 2 days?
There's issues with, I'll let Marty answer that question.
You can meet with them individually.
You can meet with them individually, but as far as the hiring process, I mean,
It just has to be done at a public meeting.
But I think that would work.
But then that would be a shorter
Yeah.
discussion if we didn't have to interview all of
Well,
them.
wait, so how is that going to work logistically? I'm just curious.
see, when I did my Google research on this and looked at some of the court cases about public hiring, and it specifically was about university in the state of Florida, they actually had to do an interview process with a publicly noticed meeting.
Well,
As a group,
Yes,
not individually.
right.
we also,
I mean, you could talk to them individually as a sidebar, but as far as like do the process, it had to be a publicly noticed meeting and interview process.
but if we notice like a 2-day period that there will be meetings and schedule, and then we can have the meetings open to the public, they just can't be open to more than one of us. So if the public or media want to come in, they can sit in if they want, but.
Does that mean,
Do all council members have to be here for this? That would be the next question.
I would like to be.
Well, I'm trying to think.
I mean, I would think, but let's say it was impossible for us to get all 7 of us on a special meeting to do this. Or we add it to these already very, very busy days.
But if we've already interviewed them, then it'll be a short,
Can't.
just like Erica.
Chair, can you have some?
Here's part of the problem with interviewing for, especially for a public position in the government. There's a quagmire about the type of questions that so when it's one thing to have casual conversations with some, but if you're actually doing very specific interviews, we tried to make this a very controlled process and a very legal process, working with HR, as you saw in those questions. So I'm a little tentative and nervous about saying that we're gonna call these interviews, and then they're gonna have all these multiple different questions coming from 7 different people, hearing 7 different answers.
And then will each person individually then have to go run a gauntlet of 7 people?
That's my concern. I think that's a very it's cumbersome to the
So it's
applicant.
7 times,
But that's what we did with the CRA.
you can't sequester, well, if it's gonna be public. Well,
For the candidate?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yeah, you can
when
sequester the candidates.
When we went for the CRA chair,
Please turn on your mic.
when we went for the CRA chair, we did individual meetings with each person. And then came together as a group, asked them a few questions, and that was that. How is this any different?
Councilmember.
On your own time, that's what you're
No,
saying?
no, no, they were
No,
scheduled.
I'm talking about the before, you
No,
talked to them.
those were scheduled.
Okay.
So we had, basically what happened is each of them camped in one particular conference room, and we all had times that we can meet with them.
Okay.
It worked very well.
That'd be no difference than this, though.
Yes.
Because, no, it's still 1 day of making times, so it's no different. Whether it's in the chamber or in the conference room, there's no difference.
April 8th.
It is because those days, or the conference rooms can be available and throughout a day. So
Let me ask you this, so let's start going through other days, because it doesn't have to be in council chamber.
April 8th is another day that's open.
We have
Councilmember
April
Carlson.
8th, April 15th, and 16th.
Alan, one other thing, when
Okay.
when we did the first round of CRA interviews, there was a person there who took minutes or notes.
Yeah.
So that there was the protection of having an HR or other person there who took notes.
excuse me, each of them were
Yeah,
open
I
to
can
the
do it.
public?
No,
Or
they were not open.
They were not
See,
open to the public,
it-
but minutes were taken?
Notes were
I'll
taken,
talk, I
yes.
could talk with Mr. Massey about it.
I think you better stop talking right now.
April 8th is a good day for her taking Henderson.
April
April 8th is a good day for her taking
April
Henderson.
8th? April 8th?
April 8th is a good day
Mr.
for
Miranda?
Henderson and her.
Mr. Miranda, April 8th?
On my live, yes.
Okay,
Yes, I'm good.
Miss-
Councilmember Carlson?
I'm okay.
All right.
9 a.m.?
We'll do April 8th. Yes, April 8th at 9 a.m. Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to make that motion?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we schedule the 4 applicants for council chambers at 9 a.m. on April 8th.
Yes?
My question is, what will that format look like? Are we just asking them questions? Are they doing like a 2-minute presentation? What will that look like?
You know, I'll bring that back to council.
Okay.
All right. All in favor?
It's at 9?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we should
Council-
set the goal of getting out by noon, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
I'm gonna go for 10:30.
If I could understand this then, council, you want to have, again, the date is April,
8th,
that's a what day of the week?
Monday.
Monday, April 8th, 9 a.m. to noon as a special call meeting.
yes, sir. We have a
In
motion from
the chambers.
Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
Question.
That's it for
I
me.
do have a question about
Yes,
this.
yes.
So once we meet them, do we decide publicly as well?
Yes.
Yeah, we decided.
On that
We
day?
take a vote that day.
On that day?
On that day.
And then we clap and then we go to lunch. Councilmember Hurtak, do you have any new business? Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah, I have 4 short ones. And I want to thank Councilmember Clendenin. The process was excellent, and you ended up with the ones that I shortlisted too, I think. I've had a lot of questions about Bayshore Boulevard, about the safety of it. There were some things that were put in temporarily that have not been made permanent. Also, I personally see people pushing strollers where they could walk 100 more yards and go across a flashing light. They push strollers across the median and across the road, and people speeding. And so I would like to make a motion to ask city staff to report on June 6th as to the current safety of Bayshore Boulevard and to update council on the schedule for additional changes that will or should be made.
Motion from Councilmember Carlson with discussion coming. Who's gonna second that?
I'll second it, but I would like to actually add one more request, and this is kind of a personal point of privilege, because prior to my serving on council, they installed one of those beacons. Yeah, and it's mid-block on Bayshore between Swan and Brevard, and I personally witnessed, I can't even tell you how many issues, rear ends, screeching brakes, pedestrians. Because it's mid-block, all the pedestrians typically will come down either Brevard or Swan. That's where they're coming from. They're going to cross there, so they're crossing there. We've had fatalities at Swan and Bay Shore. We've had accidents. We just had one recently with a young woman who was seriously and critically injured. And this thing is mid-block, causing problems because people they're not predicting to stop mid-block. And so I really want them to study that law, because it's problematic.
So accept the amendment?
Yeah.
Not only that, I've seen them lately, where they're not crossing that, they're just crossing in the middle of
Oh,
anything.
exactly, 100%.
They're not looking at anything.
Yeah, 100%.
Just going over.
Yeah, I agree.
I know.
I made the motion.
Councilmember Carlson with the second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Another one is, I've been doing some research, and I talked to Marty. If you've seen, there's a lot of publicity lately about Ybor City and how we're losing our old restaurants and things like that, and people don't want it to become full of chain restaurants. And so there are several case studies of historic districts that have set up prohibitions in very narrow areas in a historic district that prohibit formula restaurants is the name of it. And so I would just I'll make a motion and explain, but motion to ask the city council attorney and city attorney to return to present on June 6th with the possibility of prohibiting new formula restaurants and businesses on 7th and 8th Avenues from Nutrio Parkway to 22nd Avenue in Ybor City based on successful models in other historic districts.
I think I have a friend that has a beach place at Anna Maria Island, and they limit or prohibit chain places.
Yeah, they do. And they got sued a couple times, but then it looks like if you make it, we need to get the city attorney's office to weigh in, but if it's a very narrow area and in a historic district, and we're not talking about all of Ybor, just a couple streets, it looks like it's possible.
Yeah, the entire city of Anna Maria, or island of Anna Maria prohibits it.
Wait, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson and a second from Councilmember Hurtak. Go ahead and read it again.
Motion to ask the city council attorney and the city attorney to return to present on June 6th with the possibility of prohibiting new formula restaurants and businesses on 7th and 8th Avenues from Nutrio Parkway to 22nd Avenue in Ybor City based on successful models in other historic districts.
Let me, for discussion, I'd like to know what that means, because the word sounds real good, but does that mean there's gonna be all high-end menu?
No McDonald's.
No, like no Olive Garden next to the Italian.
You know
What it
something
means
about-
what it means is no chains.
Yeah.
So, and small chains are okay, but it's the big chains, like Columbia, you could say is a chain, but it's a small chain.
No, that's a small chain.
But we're talking about big chains, like there was a lot of,
Don't give the name.
yeah, I won't give any names.
You know something?
They're gonna wipe out the little guy who can't afford it.
How about if I
No, it
ask
can be
you-
cheap, or the thing is to protect
Protect the
local
little
restaurants. It's hard to get, in Ybor City right now, it's hard to find Cuban toast and Cuban coffee before 9 a.m. Now that Tropicana is closed and other.
There's two 9 a.m.s.
Silver ring.
We went to
Is
it,
it possible to ask, I think, because I think Councilmember Miranda has a very good point, and it is also it's very technical and it's very legal, as you say. I think maybe what you can do is, rather than just have a preliminary report, and I think this is something, obviously, land development and.
I'm just
historic
asking for a discussion or presentation, not even for an
Okay,
ordinance.
That's fine, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Motion from Councilmember Carlson with the second, all in favor, aye?
Aye. The last two deal with closing some of these loopholes, and you guys can let me know anything, I'll just read it. The purchasing loopholes. Motion to ask legal staff to present a draft ordinance on June 6th that will require city staff to disclose to council other contractor prices that were used in the selection process when the city enters into piggybacking contracts. So there's some contracts, the state law says that if you have a negotiated agreement with another state agency or local agency, you can piggyback on that agreement.
Yeah, we do it to them, they do it to us.
Yeah, and
You
so,
buy-
and so
sometimes you see, the sheriff's department or Hillsborough County, or we piggyback on them and they piggyback on us, that's for pricing.
So what the idea here is that it doesn't require them to get additional bids or look at additional, let's say there are 3 engineering firms that are trying to piggyback. The point is just to show us that they've looked at other bids.
It's usually not engineering firms, it's automobiles and things of that nature, fire engines and ambulances and things of that nature.
So what I would like to see is that the purchasing department at least went through the exercise of looking at, because there's vehicles that were on the agenda today, went through some other sheriff's department, but is there another piggyback where we could have gotten the same vehicles for a better price? At least we wanted them to show that they went through the exercise. That's the idea.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Do you have a date
Yeah,
for that?
it's June 6th.
That's D-Day.
The last one is the one we were talking about earlier with all these consultants, to close that loophole that I was talking about. And it looks like in the last year, it hasn't happened that much, but just to close the loophole so it doesn't happen, motion to ask legal staff to present a draft ordinance on June 6th that will require that consultants or service providers cannot be engaged on work orders that's multiple work orders that total more than 100,000 in a calendar year without council approval.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson with a second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No, sir, is that an aye?
No, I'm just listening to it, because I don't know who got the right, you're gonna have to look at where the charter set up, I'm not sure what that means.
So what this is saying is that if somebody tried to stack multiple work orders, if it adds up to more than 100,000, they would have to come back for approval. That's to make sure that
It's
we
not
see it.
circumvented.
Okay.
But if the pricing, if I'm competing, if all of us are competing against each other, and you have the best price, is that gonna prohibit you from getting another contract?
It doesn't prohibit, it just means that they disclose it publicly so that we can see.
But you already have it in the record that we bid on that price, and you have another contract with others, those are there, that you can't, they're not gonna just do one person and not get the others. All of that is done by bids, those bids are there, public record.
Well, what happens is the service providers pre-qualify and they have an hourly rate, usually time and materials, and then the
I understand that.
department will go to them and say, we need.
I'll go with it, but I'm
20.
telling you, that's, the record, that's already there.
All right, it's already passed.
Okay.
All right. It was unanimous. All right, I have a couple of things.
The Chair Pro Tem recognizes Chair Guido Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to give Sandy Sanchez a commendation off-site on March 23rd for her contributions to Armory Gardens and the community.
Second.
Off-site.
Yes.
Didn't she just get one from me?
They're offsite.
No.
I thought we gave her one.
We named a dog park
It's-
after her.
It's at the ceremony for the dog park. I'm gonna give her the thing.
That's what you want.
Hey, I do what Lisa tells me. All right.
That's good advice.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And
Ayes
also-
have it.
Thank you. And also, in addition to Women's History Month, it's colorectal cancer awareness month. And some special people in my life have been affected and survived. So I just want to recognize that. And that's it. Motion to receive.
So move.
I haven't given you back the gavel, sir.
All right. Councilmember Miranda with the motion to receive and file. Second, Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
5:30 somewhere, but it's not 5:30 here.